Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A man is dead and a police officer wounded after a Monday shootout in Worland. Officers were sent to the area under the New River Bridge to investigate a 37-year-old male subject whom the reporting party categorized as under the influence of an unknown substance. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that officers arriving on scene recognized the man from a call earlier that day, but when they went to arrest him, the man put up a fight.
There was a felony property destruction case they were investigating in which he was allegedly involved. And so as more of them are converging on scene, they're recognizing him. And according to the police department, he's resisting and pulls a gun and starts firing on 4 officers, injuring at least one. So 2 of them fired back and he was stopped and then he died on scene.
Wyoming DCI's officer-involved shooting team has been called to investigate what happened in Worland and have determined that there's no continuing threat to the community. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission Tuesday ruled to reject hugely unpopular changes to the state's landowner hunting tag program. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines was at the meeting and said the decision came after the commission listened to hours of testimony from many among dozens of landowners and hunters who showed up at the commission's meeting in Casper.
The couple landowners I talked to after the meeting were pleased with the results. I mean, a lot of people showed up. Testimony went on for hours, and pretty much everybody spoke out against it, but nobody really seemed angry or particularly upset. It's interesting because there's still 2 big unresolved issues out there, and that's whether there should be a cap at the percentage of landowner tags that are included in the hunting tag draw, and whether landowners should be able to put those tags up for sale.
Each of those issues would require a change in state statutes, which is beyond the Commission's authority. Only the Wyoming legislature can do that. A U.S. House committee advanced legislation Tuesday sponsored by Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman to remove Yellowstone area grizzly bears from the Endangered Species Act list. Hageman, a member of the U.S. House Natural Resources Committee, said Tuesday that the greater Yellowstone ecosystem grizzly population has fully recovered and now numbers about 1,100. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports, though, that the legislation has a unique caveat.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 2017, in the first Trump administration, took exactly this action. But a federal court stepped in and said, no, you can't do that. It halted the removal. So what happened is the Republicans, including Rep. Harriet Hageman, were not happy about this. So this legislation reinstates the rule that the court threw out. But here's the catch. Rep. Hageman put language in it to prevent judicial review of this rule. All members of the Wyoming congressional delegation have said consistently that this bear is fully recovered. So they think that it's staying on the endangered species list by mistakes by activist judges and so on.
The committee voted 20-19 along party lines for the Grizzly Bear State Management Act. The bill now goes to the House floor. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Dozens of people were exposed to bear spray in the claustrophobic confines of one of the enclosed aerial trams at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrea Rossi reports that although the exposure was relatively minor, the concentrated chemical had a strong impact on the passengers.
Somebody got on the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort tram with a canister of bear spray in the pocket of their backpack, and when they set their backpack down, it triggered the mechanism and a little bit of it sprayed out onto the floor. But bear spray is an aerosol, so it spread throughout the air in a confined space. People started coughing and choking. The tram operator realized what was happening. They immediately brought it back to the base and evacuated everybody. Everyone was cleared. No serious medical issues arose. And then within a few hours, that tram was thoroughly disinfected and cleaned.
Bear spray is designed to quickly spread a 1 to 2% capsaicin solution over a 30-foot area. When deployed outside outside, the spray dissipates into the air but can still impact anyone within range. In an enclosed space, the impacts of bear spray can be much, much stronger. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. Wow, my video is... I don't like it. That's okay. Radio, you don't know how lucky you are to not see me on radio. Yeah. A bear gets on the tram at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. Correction, bear spray on the... Okay. Yeah, I got some inside info on that. Wyoming judge has blocked the school choice program. I think we knew before this thing was ever enacted that it would face challenges about being unconstitutional. State Constitution, Megan Degenfelder, not happy, I'm sure. Will be, I think she's coming on tomorrow or Friday. We're trying to get her on. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission got an earful from landowners, and they made appropriate adjustments. A justified shooting in Worland, we'll find out, as 2 Worland Police Department officers shoot a man on the bridge. The 37-year-old male, not identified yet. DCI looking into the whole deal. And what else is going on? Oh, we're gonna check out the Pumpkin King, Jay Richard. Speaking of Worland, Jay Richard and his pumpkins. That should be good. He's trying to grow, world record size pumpkins. And we've had him on the show before. You probably read about him on the interwebs on Cowboy State Daily. He's a cool guy, fun guy. Everybody loves Jay Richard. Let me try to, should I try to fix my camera as I talk? That's almost impossible, but it's just too colorful for me. I'm going to try to, no, that ain't going to help. All right, let's try a little something like that. Just annoying me. Greg Johnson will be on here in a moment. Let's get a weather forecast to you. Where's my pleasant weather music? I thought I had something identified as being good weathery. This will work. Got a cold front coming in. Kind of today, tomorrow, combined with some monsoonal moisture. Listen to me. I sound like Don Day. So that's going to bring a cool down, definitely to the northern half of the state. A little bit wet, maybe for others. Chance of rain in Casper, otherwise partly sunny. 72 the high. We're talking about Casper that's been into the 90s easily for the last couple weeks. Golly, 72 is the high. Lander, 73, the best you're going to do with a slight chance of rain. Evanston, patchy smoke. What's that from? I know we had those Canadian fires. Where is this? That's got to be Utah's fires, I would imagine. Utah's got some fires going way down in southern Utah. Is that the smoke they're getting? I'm going to look into that. 83 today in Evanston. Chance of rain in Rock Springs, otherwise mostly sunny, 85. Pinedale, sunny, 78. Afton, sunny, 82. And again, these are some of the towns in the extreme west that are not affected by that cool down, that cold front. DuBois, slight chance of rain, otherwise mostly sunny with highs 71. Jackson, 80 and sunny today. Thermapolis, chance of rain. And then gradually clearing, 72 the high. Cody, best you're going to do, 67 with a chance of rain. Cody's really feeling the effects of the cool front. We'll call it a cool front. I mean, it's darn near a cold front. Rain likely in Buffalo. Highs 61. Sheridan, we'll see some fog in the morning. Otherwise, just mostly cloudy, 64 today. Gillette, patchy fog. Rain likely. High 62. Newcastle, yeah, you won't do better than 62 either with some fog. Torrington, patchy fog in the morning, maybe before 10. Otherwise, chance of rain, 75. Douglas, a little bit of fog in the early morning with a high 72 today. Fog in Cheyenne before 8 this morning, early morning, 75, the expected high. Might see rain in Laramie with highs in the upper 70s. Rawlins, chance of rain in the afternoon, otherwise mostly sunny, 83. So a real mixed bag. You got highs 80 in a mountain town like Jackson, and the high in Cody today, 60-something. Wow. What a difference. Yeah, that's a dominant cold front. I got questions for Don Day about it. Mainly, how could you? And why would you do something like that? And will the weekend rebound? That's what's important. Monsoonal moisture going to bring afternoon thunderstorms. Could have severe weather today whenever the cold front clashes with existing warm air. That's usually problematic weather-wise. Energy Secretary's visit to the Ramaco's Brook Mine grand opening elicited one other side note story, kind of. David Madison has it. Secretary Chris Wright, U.S. Energy Secretary, said that coal is not dead. Wyoming coal still America's energy future. That's good news for the coal industry in Wyoming. I mean, we've gone from the Powder River Basin basically being told by the Biden-era administration, coal is done by 2030. No more coal mining. And we've turned that around now under President Trump. And we hear that coal is back. And if we can find a way to export that coal to the Far East, that'd be a good thing for revenue. And if America ever decides it wants to burn some clean coal anytime soon, well, Wyoming's got plenty of that. It's up to the appetite in the United States. Wright did have an interesting quote regarding renewable energy sources. Chris Wright said, renewable investments have failed despite massive spending. That's your U.S. Secretary of Energy saying that. That's not Chuck Gray saying that. Not that Chuck isn't important but Chuck is the state secretary. He's the Secretary of State. Chris Wright is the U.S. Energy Secretary, and he is mirroring the words of Chuck Gray when Wright says renewable investments have failed despite massive spending. Wright continues, we've had a lot of money and a lot of focus on wind and solar, and they haven't been effective at reducing greenhouse gas emissions at all. So if that's the reason we're doing wind and solar, because it cuts down on pollution, basically, there's no evidence that that's a valid argument or that that's working. Now, we could pursue wind and solar just because it's, again, I've said this numerous times, just because it's, yes, a renewable source of energy. To harness the wind, harness the sun, doesn't cost you anything. Well, it costs. I mean, you got to build solar panels and put them somewhere, and you got to build the big windmills, the big turbines, and put them somewhere. I mean, there's cost. But it's an endless supply of energy. Oil presumably will we'll suck the earth dry of oil one day, won't we? I don't know. Gas, natural gas deposits. I mean, someday all the coal, all the oil, all the gas will be gone. There's only so much of it in the ground, presumably. Although I wish I knew more about science. I read something the other day that challenged the notion that oil and gas and coal are the result of dead dinosaurs. Is anybody familiar with this philosophy and whether it's just some crackpot idea or I thought I saved it. Maybe I didn't. Oil deposits. Not dinosaur. I read somewhere where oil deposits, I mean, the common perception now, I mean, I grew up understanding and believing the hype that fossil fuels, that's why they're called fossil fuels, oil, for instance, oil deposits, were formed by dead dinosaurs. Dinosaurs died, plants died, and they're under the ground, and that's what makes oil. Not true. The myth, here's why the dinosaur myth persists. It's got to be because of Democrats, right? I'm like reading this. Why the dinosaur myth persists. Democrats. Answer one word, Democrats. No, I'm just kidding. The term, it's this idea that oil is not a finite resource, that it could be constantly being renewed, that there will be oil as long as we can go get it. Oil does not come from dinosaurs, but from tiny plants and animals. Yeah. But is oil finite? That's what I want to know. Okay, it's not dinosaurs, but it is plants, decomposing plants from, millions of years ago when everything was a jungle, like even the Sahara Desert. Wyoming was a jungle. And then the plants died and they got covered up and they turned into oil. But is it a finite resource? Is there only a certain amount of it, or is oil always renewing itself? Oil deposits not finite. That's what I should ask. Oil deposits are not infinite. Okay. All right. Well, sooner or later, we're going to run out of oil, and then we'll need wind and solar. But right now, if the argument for renewable energy, and that's why I think that industry has pivoted from the term green. You don't hear green as much now. Now they just go with sustainable renewable, meaning like sun and wind are always going to be there. But are they necessarily so-called green? Are they necessarily good for the environment? Are they necessarily reducing greenhouse gas emissions. U.S. Secretary of Energy says no. He said they haven't been effective at reducing greenhouse gas emissions at all. So if we're pumping too much greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere, causing the dreaded hole in the ozone, right? Remember that when all of us had to get rid of our spray aerosol, our underarm deodorant? We had to go to the rub-on. Yeah, our right guard. Remember right guard? Psst, guys shooting right guard under their arm. That was the reason we had a hole in the ozone, and the sun was banging through that hole and causing global temperature rise. I don't know if we ever fixed the hole. You never hear about that anymore. Now you just hear these greenhouse gas emissions. What does that? Well, your idling truck. Don't idle your truck. It's 25 below, and you pull up, make a quick stop at the convenience store and run in and get yourself a coffee. You got to shut your truck off. You're killing the earth. Don't run your truck. That's what's creating the hole in the ozone now. That's greenhouse gas emissions. Idling your truck for just 1 minute is killing earth. It used to be I was killing earth with my underarm deodorant. Now I'm killing it with my idling truck. Poor earth. Anyway, I'm off topic. Energy Secretary Wright says Wyoming coal is still America's energy future. David Madison has that story in the Cowboy State Daily, and that's encouraging news for Wyoming, of course. Coal. And we're doing coal / rare earths in the Brook mine, which is pretty cool. Let's see. What are we going to do here? Greg Johnson will be joining us in a moment, although he says for some reason we're not on the air, which is odd. That means nobody hears my fantastic smart words. Let me double check that. I see me. I don't know what he's talking about. All right. Well, let's do a quick break and we'll get Greg Johnson onto the scene. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show with Jake.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-tirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So
was a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get Greg in here. Greg's working away on stuff. Looking at some more stories this morning that we're following. That Wyoming school choice blocked by the judge, that's a big deal. I don't know if that's a surprise. A lot of folks responding to it. We're getting a lot of feedback on Facebook about that story. And a lot of folks are, first off, it seems like a lot of pushback against the school choice program and against that bill. And most of it has to do with allocating money to pay out to families. Part of the school choice bill is paying $7,000 per kid who chooses in a family that chooses not to put their kid in a public school. And that is creating angst among many Wyomingites, I think. Among many of our listeners and readers at Cowboy State Daily, they chime in, they provide feedback, and that's a big deal. When government starts paying money to certain people and not paying money to other people, that creates an issue because obviously every family that's putting their kid in public school that's not getting $7,000 says, what the hey? WTH or WT, the other letter. And then there's a perception that if you choose a la-di-da, fancy, bougie private school, then you can obviously afford a private school. Then why do you need $7,000 handout from the government? Those are two key issues. Why do they get $7,000? I don't get $7,000. Why is my taxpayer money? And I'm just taking up the argument of people who don't like this bill, this new school choice program. The argument is, why do they get $7,000? I don't get that. And why is $7,000 of my taxpayer money going to a rich family that puts their kid in private school? That argument doesn't encompass the whole thing. But I'm just saying that is the argument of most people who are anti this bill, this act, this program. Why should this family get $7,000 to put their kid in a fancy school? They can probably already afford it, and that's my money. That's public money. Now, the money that comes out of your taxpayer money that comes out of the government, that's $7,000, does not come out of the education fund, the general education fund, whatever that's called. It comes from a different place. So that the argument that Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder would make, and those who are pro this program, including the governor, he signed the bill after previously vetoing a similar bill. The governor has signed off on this and has publicly spoken in favor of the school choice program. But that the monies don't come out of, so nobody's taking money away from education, K through 12 education in the state. That money comes from a different place. Still, it comes from you and I. It's taxpayer money. Sounds messy. And for a certain Wyoming judge, Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Frolicker, it sounds unconstitutional. And that was his decision. Earlier, a couple weeks ago, we had Superintendent Degenfelder on, and you heard her respond to two challenges to the Wyoming Department of Education, two separate lawsuits from 9 different family members, 9 different parents, along with WEA, Wyoming Education Association. WEA, 2 lawsuits. WEA, one of their lawsuits is this one, challenging the school choice program, saying it's unconstitutional. Judge Frolicker agrees. He said likely unconstitutional. This is not the final decision on it, but a couple of weeks ago, Frolicker said, just looking into this, it seems like there might be something here. So I'm going to freeze the funds. I'm going to freeze this whole program. We're going to press pause. That was a few weeks ago when we had Degenfelder on. And she said a further decision would come in mid-July. This is it. Here we are, mid-July. Laramie County District Court Judge Peter Frolicker has said, this appears to be unconstitutional. I really think it is. It's probably where it's headed. Degenfelder has not issued a response. WEA, meanwhile, has, and they're pretty excited about this. First step towards perhaps winning this lawsuit. WEA said this is a crucial step in protecting our constitutional promise of a free, fair, and equitable public education for every Wyoming student. That's part of the state constitution. A free, fair, equitable public education for every Wyoming student. And that's why WEA has challenged, and that's kind of how they've convinced the judges' thinking, it seems. WEA continues, quote, "This win belongs to our members, our students, and our communities. We still have work ahead of us. We will continue to fight for our students, our school, and our future." We're talking about the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Program, and it's been frozen by the judge and considered unconstitutional. Maybe the judge at least said there's enough here. There's enough to think that maybe it is unconstitutional. A lot of people do not like this program. As I read the comments, people have issues. I wonder if a lot of people would be nearly as upset if there wasn't a money allocation. But, the $7,000 towards helping families get into an alternative choice, a school that's not public, that's a key ingredient of the whole thing, the Steamboat Legacy Scholarship Program, the free school choice, that's a key component, the money. But the money is what's got a lot of people really rankled. Greg, welcome in. How you doing?
I'm okay. Just trying to see if we could troubleshoot this a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just I can't do much other than just sort of check some things. Sorry. We're working on some technical issues, by the way, in the background for those of you on radio. Otherwise, yeah, we're just trying to roll along. Yeah, we probably have to get people smarter than I when it comes to IT stuff. Any news that you're thinking about? What about the Worland's in the news twice today for the pumpkin guy and the shooting, which we still have to learn more about. But Worland Police, Worland PD, 2 officers involved in a shooting. A man on the bridge suspected felony that he committed earlier in the day. He was perhaps not in his right mind. I think he was doing something on the bridge. 37-year-old under the influence of an unknown substance is what the belief is. And one of the cops was shot and injured, and the man was incapacitated, shot dead. Still don't have an ID. And of course, DCI looks into stuff like this. As soon as there's any kind of fatality with a cop shooting, DCI is going to look into it. That's what they're doing now. Worland Police Department can't say much in a thing like this other than sort of sketch out some broad details. And
and other stuff that we hear that we kind of know, but it hasn't hasn't been able to get confirmed.
And then Jay Richard, he's from Worland, where I guess he doesn't have to run the air conditioning today for his precious pumpkins because it's kind of cool today. But normally Worland's hot summer. And I guess pumpkins don't like that. And he's got AC for his big record-setting pumpkins.
Yeah, I mean, he is serious. I mean, he's sending the soil out for testing. He's giving them like drip IVs and stuff of phosphorus, and he put air conditioning in his greenhouse. He says his own house doesn't have air conditioning.
Must be nice to be one of Jay Richard's pumpkins. I love the way he names them. He names them characters in old TV shows.
Yeah, he kind of picks a theme each year. I think last year was like Happy Days names, and this year they seem to be Charlie's Angels.
Yeah. And one of his pumpkins is Kelly. Is that one of the Charlie's Angels? Kelly?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm ignorant on that. I know Farrah Fawcett, and he's got
their character names though. That's the thing. People really remember the character names rather than Kate Jackson and Farrah Fawcett and
right. I remember their real names, not necessarily their character names. Good point.
I wonder if he'll grow one and name it Bosley.
Yeah, he needs a Bosley. That would be his record setter, the big one, Bosley. But Jay Richard, the story from Andrew Rossi, who follows Jay and his pumpkin-sized dreams. Jay is a little miffed about how slow his pumpkins are growing. I say slow. They're putting on 20 pounds a day, almost 30 pounds a day. He said that's not fast enough. Oh, man. How fast?
Yeah, they're already like 500 pounds.
Yeah.
And he's like, they're too small right now.
Yeah, he's like, something's wrong. He even called some other pumpkin experts down there in Colorado. He's like, am I doing everything right? Am I wrong, or is this slow growing? And they're like, yeah, it's kind of slow growing. They don't know why. 30 pounds a day? or 20 to 30 pounds. He said there's at some point he'd rather see something like 50 pounds a day. Wow. That's what you got to do if you're growing a record-setting pumpkin that's eventually going to be 1,000 something, right? He's shooting for
500 gallons of water a day.
Yeah, he's looking for a 2,000-pound pumpkin, 500 gallons of water a day, AC, air conditioning in there, nice fancy state-of-the-art drip system, has his soil tested in laboratories and make sure it's perfect. And yet he says he's not getting fast enough growth. 27 to 29 pounds a day. He said that's slow. I guess so if you want to get to a 2,000-pound pumpkin. Okay. How about this story?
I did not watch the All-Star game.
Oh, no, I didn't either. I'm not interested. I'm waiting to see if there's any trade news. Usually the All-Star game signifies when some teams feel that any kind of postseason dreams are finished and the GM starts selling off parts of the team. That's when my Yankees can swoop in.
Right. Well, for my Rockies, it means anyone who even has a speck of talent is gone.
Speck. Yeah. Is there anyone that's on that team that could be?
All I've been doing is following how much they've been losing. I haven't really followed the team.
Yeah.
That they've really given me no incentive to get that involved with what the team's doing.
Right.
I mean, it's the All-Star break and they're 35 and a half games out of first place.
What do you do? What are you going to do for the rest of July, August, September? What? People are still going to the games, though, because it's literally the only game in town.
Yeah, that's what they need to do is not go to the games. Tell them, the fans need to tell them it's unacceptable. I mean, it's not, and it's not like betraying your team or you support your team no matter what. I support the team. They're my Rockies. That's why I care that they lose so much, and it bums me out.
Yeah.
But like in anything in your job, you hold people accountable for stuff. If you're a fan, you gotta hold them accountable too. It's
deciding you're not going to go to that Rockies game doesn't mean you're no longer a fan. You're choosing to cast a vote against ownership, saying I am unhappy with blank, and fill in the blank.
At least I'm not in Andrew Rossi's shoes. Being from Cleveland, so
Andrew knows losing. They even tried to change the name of their team to disguise the fact that they're just perennial losers. They did it under the guise that the Cleveland Indians was insensitive to Native Americans. Now they're the Guardians. I think it was all just to deflect from the idea that any baseball team in Cleveland's been losing for so long that let's just switch it up. We'll change our name, see if that changes our fate. I guess not. Are they still doing bad? I don't even.
They are. Well, now there's kind of a reverse push, like to change the NFL, the Washington team, back to the Redskins.
Yeah, I know. I'm reluctant to weigh in with an opinion because I literally don't have skin in the game, as they say. I have no blood of a Native American in me or a tribal member. I don't know how they feel. I've heard from some of them who think that it is disrespectful, things like Redskins, Warriors, whatever. And then I've heard for others that say we're making a big deal of it. So I don't know.
Yeah. I have a friend in Gillette who's Native American, and he says he doesn't care. It's doesn't bother him. And you look at like Colorado, they passed a law a few years ago about mascots for public schools.
Oh,
and if you have an offensive mascot, I'm not sure. I think my memory is telling me that your school can be fined like $25,000 a day if you don't change it. Crazy, because they had a school there that forever refused to change their mascot. They were it's Lamar High School, the Lamar Savages, and they refused forever. But then they passed this law, and
wow. I don't know if we got to run it that far up the flagpole where it needs to be state law, but I just can't get used to it. I mean, I don't even think about it being disrespectful anymore. It's just a name. It's just it's a name and a logo and an emblem. Indians, the Redskins, and now they're different. What are the Wash?
I mean, it is, but it's not.
Let's check. I'm going to check into that, and I need to break to do that. When I come back, if you're still in that window, I'll be very happy.
All right.
All right. We're coming right back. Quick break on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Greg Johnson in the room, managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily, where you can read this story from Claire McFarland. Former Thermapolis police sergeant claims he can't be sued for the fatal shootout. Sergeant Mike Mascoro. He's since resigned from the police department in Thermapolis after the killing of Buck Larimore. I think maybe a civil suit. Is that what is filed? A civil suit? A lawsuit has been filed by the family of the deceased.
Yeah, he says that the state law protects him from being sued for what he does as a police officer, and they're saying, well, he shouldn't have done it. There was that independent opinion from a special prosecutor who said, yeah, because of the law, he can't be charged with shooting him, but that is still his opinion that he illegally broke into the guy's house in the first place.
So there's the whole crux to the matter. Law enforcement enjoys certain provisions and protections in the course of doing their job, but if they entered this home illegally, yeah, I mean, it's like a catch-22. You have a little bit of a conundrum there.
I can see that this case could prompt some change to the state law about it.
Yeah.
I mean, to just say that you have just blanket immunity for anything, whether it's legal or not. I mean, right. I would think it would make it, if you're acting illegally in the first place, that should negate. I mean, this is my opinion, but
right,
that should negate your immunity. You know, I mean, it seems like common sense, but if it's not in the law.
Yeah, it seems like the law should have the addition while performing duties as a police officer, do it in a justifiable, way, or not a legal, without breaking any other law. There needs to be an added sentence to the provision, because if you should have some protections as a law enforcement officer, but if you just go berserk, it doesn't matter if you can't hide behind the shield at that point. I mean, that's, in this case, it was the entry into the home was what's under contention.
And he was even advised ahead of time by a prosecutor to not do that, to not go to the guy's house, just give him a ticket. But he was determined. Well, he lied to me. He gave me a wrong name and stuff, and he was determined to go get the guy. And so, even though he was advised, just cite him. You don't need to. You don't need to go get him. He did it anyway. That's the determination of that prosecutor. And so the family is saying, basically, had you not acted this way, he'd still be alive.
Yeah.
He almost died too.
He shot him. The officer got shot. You go back and read the story from Claire, because she does recount this incident back in April of 2023. There was meth found in a bathroom in McDonald's. The last guy to come out of the bathroom was Buck Larimore, allegedly. Cops wanted to ask him some questions about that, including, what's your name? He gave a fake name. When cops figured that out, and they came to his house, and that was Sergeant Marasco saying, what's your real name? And that's when the incident got escalated. And I mean, Sergeant Mascoro, in my opinion, should have just let it go. But at that point, he couldn't let it go. And when Buck Larimore, said, okay, here's my real name, and then slammed the door in his face and locked it, and Mascoro took 2 runs at the door and broke it down. That probably wasn't right for the police officer. A little extra from the officer, in my opinion. But then Buck Larimore went extra. He knows it's not an intruder. He knows who it is. He knows it's a policeman, a law enforcement. Yet he picks up a .45 and shoots at the cop first.
Yeah. And didn't just shoot at him. He shot him.
Yeah, hit him.
He almost died.
So that's not, I'm protecting my home. Here's an intruder. There was wrong stuff on both sides. But you're right. The end result.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, he knew it, and he knew he was there to, probably, arrest him. He had a mad cop after him. But that was, he initiated it by unloading on him. And then, the cop fires back and, kills him that way. At that moment, that was self-defense. He's laying there with holes in him.
Yeah. And Claire's story, that incident, there was body cam stuff too, so you can see the whole thing play out. I mean, it's unfortunate. There was wrongs on both sides, I think, and unfortunate from it. We got to have a fatality. We have to have an officer who's resigned, but end result is we got to fix the provision that provides protection to law enforcement and adds something to it, or make it clear that you can't be sued. You have immunity to lawsuit unless you're acting well outside of the boundary of your job. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer or anything, but I think it'll be difficult for the family to actually prove anything because of what the way the law is written. I think even and I don't know if this is a jury civil trial or probably just a judge. So a jury can be swayed, but the judge has to follow the law. So even if it is a jury and a jury sympathizes and says, yeah, you're right, I can see the judge saying, you know what, but that's not what the law says.
Yeah. Yeah, judge is going to go by the letter of the law. My wife was on this tram when the bear spray.
Oh, she was.
Blew up. Yeah, she came.
So was she choking, coughing, or puking? Which one? Or all three?
She was doing 2 of the 3. I think she said a little girl might have puked. But she said that would have been a long ride had they not turned back. This was only like 2 minutes into the ride to the top, which is I think a 14-minute ride. So in an enclosed space where bear spray goes off, that would have been really bad. So the smart move was to quickly go back.
I mean, it's good that it was just a little discharge from it. It wasn't like it exploded in there.
But she did say originally, you start to freak out because you don't know what it is that's making you cough. But one minute it's just, conversation, everybody's talking. Next minute, everybody's coughing and you're starting to freak out. You're like, COVID, or like, is this kind of seriously, like, why is everybody all of a sudden coughing at this moment? You're not sure why. And it got really weird for a second until the tram driver did figure it out pretty quick, because I guess this has happened before. Weird. Andrew Rossi has a story about, bear spray going off on the tram at the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. My wife was on that tram, but she's okay today, sort of. She's not coughing. She's okay as she's going to get. Thanks for coming on, Greg.
Thanks, Jake.
Yeah, have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Top of the hour news break. We'll be back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. After the governor's office declined in May to remove the Weston County clerk from office over a botched handling of some 2024 general election ballots, a legislative committee has decided to investigate the incident. The subcommittee that the Legislative Management Audit Committee chair is now forming doesn't have the authority to prosecute or remove Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that rather, its focus is to review what happened and see if it's time to change Wyoming's laws in light of it.
The committee leaders say is so that we can make better laws, right? Because your legislative branch isn't prosecutorial. It's not here to prosecute you or remove you from office because it's not the enforcer. And so what they say is we just want to look at this to make better laws, see what went wrong.
Senator Chris Rothfuss of Laramie says the Corporations Committee, not a task force created by the Management Audit Committee, is the appropriate venue for sparking election code changes. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright arrived at Wyoming's newest rare earth mine Friday carrying more than ceremonial shovels. The Denver-based Liberty Energy CEO turned Trump cabinet member brought a comprehensive worldview that Cowboy State Daily's David Madison says challenges much of the Biden administration's energy policies.
The way that Secretary Wright sees the future, fossil fuels are going to get their due. From his point of view, they've gotten a bad rap, and that he wants to restore coal to the forefront of generating electricity as we ramp up to this AI data center future. And so when I spoke with Chris Wright, I asked him, where does climate change fit into your priorities with the Department of Energy? And he assured me science is what got him into this and that he wants to continue to support that. It was a delight speaking to Secretary Wright. He is an intellectual force, very controversial in a lot of the stances he's taken.
Wright says that he sees Ramaco's new rare earth mine as emblematic of his vision for domestic production rather than foreign dependence. The Tour de Wyoming rolled out for a loop trail around Sinks Canyon at about 6 a.m. Tuesday as the cyclists hit the event's halfway point. Camped in Lander, riders in the exclusive 250-bike event told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that the ride is one of the best in the nation.
The Tour de Wyoming is not a race. It is named kind of after the Tour de France, but there's no racing really involved. And it's very long distances. Like they went the long way around from Riverton to Lander yesterday, 80-mile trip, 4,000 miles of elevation up and then down. That's one long day, I would say. But I bumped into this fellow who was with the group, and man, he was just like raring to go, looking for more adventure in the Lander. This is a very in-demand tour. It's very popular. They turned away about 100 riders this year, where maybe other towns are losing their races.
The cyclists are halfway through their 6-day ride that finishes Friday, back where they started in Riverton. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Jay Richard, Wyoming's Pumpkin King, is doting over the 2 perfect plants growing in his custom-built greenhouse in Worland. But now he needs them to stop waiting and start gaining so they can reach the goal weight of 2,000 pounds. He told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that despite constant pampering and nearly 500 gallons of water per day between them, these pumpkins are slow growers.
He's got 2 pumpkins that are growing very happily and healthily. They're perfectly shaped. They're nice and orange. The plants look fantastic. They're just growing slow. For a professional pumpkin grower, gaining 30 pounds a day during prime growing season is slow. That might seem exceptional to us, but that's slow to them. His pumpkins are averaging between 27 and 29 pounds per day, and he's not sure what the solution is. Could just be that he got some slow seeds this year.
Richard reached a pinnacle in his pumpkin growing career in 2023 when he grew 3 pumpkins that won weigh-offs in Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. For those of you that heard that last PSA, I know some of you radio stations getting us back on the rejoin heard your news, whatever news that is. But for those of you who did hear that last 60-second PSA, that is voiced by and written by Poet laureate Andrea Gibson, who is pretty famous speaker, poet, activist, very much about gender identity and LGBTQ issues. In fact, she's married to Megan Failey, a woman. She died just recently, 2 days ago, July 14th, in Boulder, Colorado. She was just 49. And I think she had, a 4-year battle with terminal ovarian cancer. So, yeah, tough. I mean, if you heard that PSA, if you've heard any of her work, Andrea Gibson, I don't care who she chooses to kiss and cohabitate with, and whether she wants to be called a they. I think she's all about the pronoun thing too. What pronouns does Andrea Gibson use? She uses they, them, theirs, rather than, me calling her a her is, she would take a objection to that. But I'm not going to get all caught up in the pronouns, much like I'm not going to get all caught up in whether it's wrong to call the Cleveland Indians baseball team the Indians or the Guardians. I find the Guardians offensive, honestly. What a dumb name. What are they guarding? Anyway, Andrea Gibson, lost that 4-year battle with ovarian cancer, died on Monday at the age of 49. Say what you will about her life choices, her things she chose to get behind, gender norms, challenging those, LGBTQ topics, etc. She was enormously talented writer and poet, gifted with the ability to put words together. Absolutely. Cowboy State Daily stories we're following include, I think, Renee's story about the big cycling thing. Renee's running into a lot going on in Lander. Renee joined us on the show yesterday. She said, I'm in Lander today. She's the roving reporter, so to speak, for Cowboy State Daily. She was in Lander for the big climbing deal they had, but just so happens it coincides this year with one of the big bike tours in the nation, the Tour de Wyoming, rolled out for a loop trail around Sinks Canyon about 6 in the morning yesterday. Cyclist biked some, how many miles? 80? Yeah, 80 miles. Mark Ryan is one of the guys Renee talked to. Mark Ryan finished 80-mile bike trip going the roundabout way from Riverton and Lander and said he was still full of energy, ready to ride some more. Okay, Mark. After all, Mark Ryan he was super excited about taking part in this race. For one reason, it's a return home for him. Mark Ryan he lives in St. Louis now, but he was born and raised in Rock Springs. So to participate in the Tour de Wyoming was a bit of a homecoming for him. Also, to get into this bike race is not easy. They don't take just everybody. You can't just show up with your bike and say, I'm in. I mean, it is apparently a very selective process. They got a lottery, and the event takes only 250 riders. This guy Ryan said he's been trying for a while to get in this race and has not received a winning lottery. So to be able to get into it, and I think it moves around, right? He finally won the Western Cycling Lottery, a ticket to the Tour de Wyoming. So yeah, he was pretty excited. This year's ride accepted 250 riders and turned away 100. Amber Travsky is the longtime organizer of the event, and she said, yeah, we had to turn away 100, but Ryan was one who was invited, and after 80 miles of cycling in his home state, he wanted to do another 80. Pretty cool story from Renee as she talks to Wendy Core here more about the big cycling event as cyclists went the long way from Lander to Riverton back to Lander. They took the big loop, the 80-mile loop. Here's Renee and Wendy talking.
The Tour de Wyoming rolled out for a loop trail around Sinks Canyon at about 6 a.m. Tuesday as the cyclists hit the event's halfway point. Camped in Lander, riders in the exclusive 250 bike event told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that the ride is one of the best in the nation.
The Tour de Wyoming is not a race. It is named kind of after the Tour de France, but there's no racing really involved. And it's very long distances. Like they went the long way around from Riverton to Lander yesterday, 80-mile trip, 4,000 miles of elevation up and then down. That's one long day, I would say. But I bumped into this fellow who was with the group, and man, he was just like raring to go, looking for more adventure in the Lander. This is a very in-demand tour. It's very popular. They turned away about 100 riders this year, where maybe other towns are losing their races. As they were all leaving, there was this rainbow up in the sky. I felt like it was kind of perfect for the morning because these guys are all, the treasure they're looking for isn't gold, but adventure.
The cyclists are halfway through their 6-day ride that finishes Friday back where they started in Riverton.
Wow. Yes. 6-day ride doing 80 miles a day. Is that what they're doing? That seems like long. How far do they go in the Tour de France? I have no idea, but that seems like a long time sitting on that postage stamp of a seat you get when you're riding your 10-speed. That's my issue. I would have to have a big, fat seat. No way am I doing that tiny seat for 80 miles. I don't know how them bikers do it. I would not do the spandex. I would do this event in my own way. I need the handlebars up here where I am. I need a beach cruiser. That's what those bikes are, right? The town bikes to just get around town. I don't mind having the gears, I need about 7 gears maybe for going uphill. I need the easy gear, grandma gear. But I don't need to be humped over the bike, like reaching down for my head, like bent over like that for 80 miles in that position, all bent over, hanging onto your handlebars way down there. Why did they put the handlebars way out there? I need them right up here. If I can sit, probably need a beer holder over here on my left. And I need a bigger seat. The tiny seat of them 10-speed bikes? No, my butt needs to be on something more substantial. And then I could do 80 miles that way, maybe, theoretically. But they would never let me in. Once they got to look at me showing up, not in my bike, no spandex, just rocking Wranglers, cowboy boots, and my handlebars up here, they would say, you're out. I don't know how you ever got in this thing. Yeah, tour to Wyoming my way would be a lot different. I don't know how those guys ride them bikes. This happened in Lander, where you're going to get a lot of them mountain climbers and rock climbers and bike. All them hippies gathered there together. It's like the Front Range, like Boulder. The Boulder of Wyoming is Lander, basically, right? It's just all granola, baristas, fancy coffee, micro beers, that whole scene. Lander is basically Boulder. Am I right? I mean, I've been to Lander. I've been to Boulder. Same thing. It's micro beers. You'll never catch anybody drinking a Coors. I'll tell you that. You'll never see anybody crack a Coors in Lander. No way. They're all drinking the draft, whatever's on tap, whatever's got a cool name. Cowfish, great play. I love Cowfish. But, at places they go eat, you're going to see less French fries and more chickpeas. Whatever. But Lander is Boulder. I'm going to ask Bill that. But Bill Sniffen is a Lander guy. Lander is Wyoming's Boulder, and they were all hanging out there for the big bike ride. Renee was there, and the International Climbers Festival, which they just had over the weekend, last weekend. So Lander is the capital of getting outdoors and doing stuff. These adrenaline junkies, they're climbing, they're biking, and they can't get enough. Mark Ryan does 80 miles, and he's still raring to go. What? Calm down, man. You know what song is, what country music artist is making a bit of a comeback? And he's dead? Toby Keith. I read this in Parade magazine online. And it said, the headline is, iconic Toby Keith song makes surprise comeback. I missed the song part. I just thought, iconic Toby Keith makes surprise comeback. And I thought, isn't he dead? I thought he died. He did. But his music is back on the charts and is suddenly popular again. And one particular song is the reason. The late country icon's 35 biggest hits just returned to the country album top 10. And basically because of one song that's played almost every 4th of July, every Independence Day. And that song is, and you probably already guessed it if you're a Toby Keith fan, courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue, the Angry American. And every year it's played on Independence Day, but for some reason this year that song is all of a sudden hot again. The song was number 1 on the Hot Country Song charts back in 2002 when it debuted, peaked at peaked at 20. The album peaked at 20 on the billboards. But the song, number one back in 2002, that song is all of a sudden super popular again. I just had a bride and groom that I'm going to have a wedding for them tomorrow. I'm going to DJ their wedding. One of the songs they requested I thought was odd, courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. Really? I mean, sometimes you'll get a request to play that on 4th of July because it's all about angry American, dropping bombs on people who don't like us. Great song. But outside of 4th of July, we rarely hear it played anymore. And to have a wedding, a bride and groom say, play that at our wedding, you're like, what? That's an indication of how popular this song is all of a sudden again right now. For whatever reason. Obviously, it was played a ton about 12 days ago. 14 days ago. But yeah, Toby Keith is back. And in particular, his pro-American song, The Angry American, courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. Red hot right now. Let's get Don Day into the scene. We'll talk to Don, see if he's a big fan of Toby Keith. We were just talking about Toby Keith's song, courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue. You know that song, right? Came out in 2002.
Of course I do, yes.
Good song. It's like red hot again, super popular, getting lots of downloads. It's back on the charts. And I just had a bride and groom request it for their wedding tomorrow. Like they want to hear Toby Keith, Red, White, and Blue. Really? Yeah, super popular again. Good to see. So I am going to sound like Don Day. Watch this. I'm going to use big words, big weather words. I'm going to use my big words. We're going to get today unseasonably cool front clashing with rising upslope warm air could lead to severe weather and create perhaps a cap, whatever that is, that could protect us from what's the cap and what really is going on today. It's interesting. You're right. 60s in Cody, 80s in the south part of the state. Weird.
Yeah, this cold front, these cold fronts this time of year, especially when they come out of Alberta, Saskatchewan, they come down along the east slopes of the Rockies. So if you're on the eastern side of the divide, you're in the soup, and that's certainly the case. It's very soupy. Fog, very dense fog around Cheyenne, and temperatures are only in the 50s in the northeast, drizzly, light rain. But you had talked about at the beginning there, we do have the threat for severe weather today, especially along the I-80 corridor, really from eastern Sweetwater County to the Nebraska line, and then from about probably Wheatland, Chugwater down to Denver. There's going to be severe weather today. And the thing that we've just have to watch through the course of the day is what we call the cap. The cap is when it's so cool and moist in the lower layers, it doesn't allow the ground to heat up and cause that rising motion to help form thunderstorms. Literally, it becomes too cool for thunderstorms to develop. But it's really tricky in this part of the country because with the rising terrain of the Front Range of the Rockies, what'll happen is the plains stay in the clouds, but the mountain slopes clear out and heat up. And then the thunderstorms build along the mountains. And then as they move on the plains, if those low clouds are there, then it causes the thunderstorms to kind of fall apart and you don't get as much severe weather. But if the thunderstorms form on the mountain slopes, then they hit the plains. When the plains start to get some sun and warm up, the cap, so to speak, goes away. That's when things could really pop. So we are concerned that the southeast will have the threat of hail today and heavy rain, but if it stays cloudy all day, that will mitigate it. And honestly, we really won't know until a few hours before it happens.
Until you hear the crack of thunder. I can really visualize that, Don. Like Torrington, are they? They're like out on the plains, right? Like,
yeah, right. So yeah, Torrington is one of the locations where they could be completely capped.
Yeah.
While there's 30 miles to the west along I-25, there's severe thunderstorms. So yeah, so it's Sometimes weather's a game of inches, and that'll certainly be the case today.
Yeah, good. Torrington, you might be living under your bulletproof little bubble right today. Maybe. No.
Maybe.
All bets are off when the lightning strikes. Oh, I never said that. Yeah. We also have, watch me do my Don Day impression now, fast-moving monsoonal moisture moving through Thursday through Saturday.
Yep. So we're going to see the western side of the state, which has really escaped most of this cold front, stay warm but get into thunderstorms. This will be especially true Friday and Saturday. Friday and Saturday will be busy across the state with thunderstorms. Not as many Sunday, but we go back to the warmer, more summer-like temperatures that we're accustomed to instead of the 60s in some areas. We could have today what's called a record low high temperature. That's a mouthful. Where the high temperature is so cool, it's the coolest for that date.
Yeah.
That may happen in some parts of northeastern Wyoming today.
Yeah, maybe even Casper. I don't know. Are they going to even see 70? That's weird.
Casper probably won't hit 70 today.
Now that would be a record low for this date. Record low high, I think. Well, we'll see. Interesting. Yeah, this what a great day to be a meteorologist. Pretty fascinating. This is substantial.
Oh, yeah.
Front.
You don't get into weather for sunny skies and light winds and nice, beautiful weather.
Yeah.
Now, that's nice. I mean, everybody likes that. But it's boring if you're a weather person.
Yeah, I mean, you are in your element right now because we got just extreme things happening. Crazy. Thanks, Don, for letting us know. Have a great day.
You too.
Day weather forecast. Yeah, cool front. Going to keep things really cool. Foggy, soupy in some places. And then monsoonal moisture moving in after that. Tomorrow through the weekend. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Go to that.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it.
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake here on a Wednesday edition, July 16. Mark Hines' story in the Cowboy State Daily about a lot of folks showing up to the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meeting yesterday in Casper. Typically, I don't think this many people come to a Game and Fish Commission meeting, but there were proposed changes to hunting regulations that had a lot of folks interested in taking part, making their comments heard, and they did. Hours of testimony. The headline in the story calls it angry testimony. I don't know. I wasn't there. Mark was. I don't know how angry. Mark did say that nearly everyone who spoke in the public comment spoke out against proposed changes. And one of them being, I don't know if it's the most controversial part of it, probably. One of them being landowner hunting tags. Who would qualify to receive free hunting tags from Wyoming Game and Fish? And that's a program that's been in place, I don't know how long. I suppose maybe Mark has it in the story, but it's been a long time that landowners, large landowners, so think ranchers basically, by owning a ranch, you are making sure your acreage, for one thing, doesn't become a city, doesn't become some paved over development. So your ranch is in essence, preservation of wilderness, of wild Wyoming. I mean, sure, you might hay some of it. Some of it will be somewhat developed. But these large ranches maintain habitat for wildlife, really. I mean, elk, deer, they're all going to come to your ranch and eat your grass and maybe eat your hay right out of the barn when they're hungry in the winter. And so in acknowledgement that these large landowners and ranchers are supporting, in many ways, wildlife, literally supporting them, Game and Fish says, here's a few hunting tags for you. You can go out and harvest a deer on your property since they're living there practically all year long. And so, that seems like a good deal all around, really. But what the proposed change was the Game and Fish Department was thinking, why don't we raise the minimum acres required to qualify for landowner hunting tags from 160 to 640 acres. The idea that if you owned a ranch that was a puny 160 acres, which still sounds pretty big, you wouldn't qualify. If this minimum got raised to 640, let's say you're on a 600 acre spread, suddenly you wouldn't get your hunting tags anymore. You're not big enough. So what the Game and Fish would say, you need to be 640 acres or bigger. Well, a lot of folks came out to that meeting yesterday. A lot of folks, presumably, who had acreage less than 640, saying that's not fair. We've been enjoying this benefit from the Game and Fish for decades. 10,000 acres 100 acres, 500 acres, 640 acres. It's all the same. A lot of people said, we're providing habitat for elk and other species, even the smaller spreads. And the Game and Fish listened to hours of this testimony that the headline does say angry. I don't know that things got heated. And some of our Facebook comments also said the same. Jeff chimes in on the Facebook comment section of the story and said, I was there and there wasn't hours of angry testimony. I didn't hear any angry testimony. There was There was testimony saying that we don't agree with these proposed changes, but I don't know if it got to an angry level. Mark Hines' story says the Game and Fish listened and they did back off that one proposed change. I guess that's off the table. The proposed change, raising the required number of acres to qualify for landowner hunting tags, raising that from 160 to 640 acres. Commission said they're not going to do it now. They heard the people, they heard the landowners, and they've backed off that. The commission did not make a decision on two other controversial issues related to landowner tags. Those include whether landowners can sell those hunting tags. That's become pretty controversial of late. The idea that as a landowner, you are providing habitat for wildlife, so you are gifted by the Game and Fish free hunting tags to use for yourself or your family. Now, can you sell those on the open market? Maybe somebody wants to hunt that big trophy elk that's been hanging out on your ranch. You could get a pretty penny for that. Now, is that fair? Is that okay? Commission did not make a decision on that. And secondly, the Game and Fish Commission did not make a decision on whether there should be a cap on the number of landowner tags included in the hunting tag drawings. That also remains a thorny, unresolved matter, according to Mark Hines, who wrote the story for the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. Let's go to Worland and the officer shooting involved there. We're learning a little bit more, not a lot more, but some. First, let's have Claire McFarland set it up for you. Claire talks with Wendy Core about the issue.
A man is dead and a police officer wounded after a Monday shootout in Worland. Officers were sent to the area under the New River Bridge to investigate a 37-year-old male subject whom the reporting party categorized as under the influence of an unknown substance. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that officers arriving on scene recognized the man from a call earlier that day, but when they went to arrest him, the man put up a fight.
There was a felony property destruction case they were investigating in which he was allegedly involved. And so as more of them are converging on scene, they're recognizing him. And according to the police department, he's resisting and pulls a gun and starts firing on 4 officers, injuring at least one. So 2 of them fired back and he was stopped and then he died on scene.
Wyoming DCI's officer-involved shooting team has been called to investigate what happened in Worland and have determined that there's no continuing threat to the community.
Yeah, well, I've heard enough. You pull a gun on police, game over. I've heard enough. 99.99999% of the time, you shoot at police officers, I don't have a problem with you getting shot then. That's a bad choice. You made a bad choice. That's the second story today about police getting shot at and getting hit. Like not just waiting for a guy to brandish a firearm and wave it at you. He actually fired it. A bullet actually hit a police officer. Game over. Open fire. You've surrendered pretty much all your personal freedoms and basic rights at that point when you start shooting at law enforcement. The story about the Thermapolis police officer who entered a residence illegally creates a different wrinkle to that. But basically, when you take up arms against somebody wearing a badge, in my opinion, you're going to get what's coming to you. Claire McFarland's story. Claire will be on later in the show today. We'll talk to her about this. This happened in Worland, tiny Worland. Worland's not that big. You don't normally hear about shootings in Worland at all. Worland Police Department, they got into this on the New River Bridge, identifying a man who somebody called 911 and said this guy's under the influence of something. So a 37-year-old acting, you presumably allegedly irrationally. When police arrived, he was confrontational. Didn't look like they'd be able to take him into custody very easily. 4 cops eventually are there. And then the man takes out a gun. Well, yeah. And credit to police officers for, I guess, having restraint, waiting for the guy to actually fire. I mean, as soon as they see gun, you got every right to put down the taser and pick up a more lethal option, in my opinion. Gun in the hand. That's all you need. You don't even need the guy to raise it. Gun in the hand. Let the bullets fly. But this guy actually shoots one of the officers, non-life-threatening injury. The whole thing's under investigation now by DCI. Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation looks into all shootings. Anytime officers deploy their firearm, their service weapon, DCI is going to look into that. So we don't know who the 37-year-old victim suspect is. And we don't know the end result of this shooting, but I would imagine DCI will find it justified. I mean, a man produces handgun, fires at 4 Worland Police Department officers on scene and hits one of them. Yeah, if I'm DCI, this is a pretty open and shut case. Let's just say when DCI looks into this in Worland, I wouldn't book a Worland motel for more than one night. You're not going to be there long. Done. Case closed. Yeah, that's just a bad life choice. And, I feel for the guy who got shot. I don't know what he's going through, but, you get to a point where if you're drinking and drugging or just half crazy to begin with, I don't know. People. I don't know, man. People on the internets, people out there in real life. We're gonna pivot. We're gonna go to Jay. We're gonna stay in Worland, and we're gonna look at Jay Richard, Worland's Pumpkin King. He's serious about growing a 2,000-pound pumpkin. That's almost as heavy as your Subaru. And he'll tell you how he's going to do it, and he'll share some of his secrets, and Jay will also share some of his fears. He says his pumpkins aren't growing fast enough, despite getting really pumpkin pampered. We'll be right back with that after this quick break. It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Andrew Rossi joins us, and we're going to talk about 4 of his stories, including today's feature, today's look at Jay Richard, our favorite Worland Pumpkin King. Jay says he's a little worried about his prized pumpkins. If they're ever going to get to 2,000 pounds, they got to start growing faster. 28 pounds a day. If I gained 28 pounds a day, Andrew, I would need an intervention. Stay away from
Worse
McDonald's.
than that, Jake. He needs his Farrah Fawcett pumpkin to grow over, but he wants it closer to 40 pounds a day if he can.
That seems like a ton. And you even say in the story, if you're not, professional pumpkin grower looking for records, that might seem like a lot, high 20s, 30. But for guys who do this, gals who do this, that's not enough. They want to see more like 40, 50 a day if you're ever going to get to 2,000. That's crazy.
Yep, a lot of people will grow pumpkins casually, but Jay's in that group that he does it professionally, and he has goals, and he's had a goal of a 2,000-pound pumpkin for several years now. So obviously he's doing whatever he can to get to that goal. So he's making sure that the soil is full of nutrients that the pumpkins need. They're getting the 2 pumpkins he's growing in his custom-built greenhouse with air conditioning are consuming close to 500 gallons of water a day. And he's doing everything right as far as he can tell, and his colleagues in the pumpkin growers community can tell, but they're just slow growers. As you said, he's getting 27 to 29 pounds a day. And for a professional pumpkin grower, 30 pounds a day during peak growing season is considered slow. And he has no explanation, which makes it all the more frustrating. There's a problem to correct. He'd correct it. He would have already corrected it, but he can't pinpoint what exactly he needs to do to get them to step on it.
Yeah, he did reach out to some of his peers, some of his fellow competitors who try to outgrow him, and they said, "Boy, I don't know, you're doing everything right."
Yep, and we're not just talking about, like best growing practices colloquially. We're talking about he sends his soil to be sampled and tested at places so he can get an idea of what the nutrients makeup is. Like pumpkin growers take this stuff really serious, and he planted his seeds in April. He's been meticulously cultivating them since then, and he's going to keep doing it until the end of September, beginning of October. So if he can maintain his current growth rate, he's confident that he'll at least, get there. And they're the best looking pumpkins he's ever grown. They're shaped well, they're healthy and everything like that. They're just slow growers.
Maybe they will. Maybe this is an indication that he'll finally get there with a growth spurt. Maybe this is something different. He even said, I've read the story, and the tortoise wins. Maybe these are not hares. They're not the rabbit growers, but they'll have a late kick, and he'll get to that 2,000 mark. He's never grown a 2,000 pounder. He's grown close to that, right? What's his record? Like, what's his biggest?
Well, I can pull that up quickly. His biggest, he grew back in 2023, named it Marion after one of the characters from Happy Days.
Yeah.
And Marion, when she stopped growing, was 1,784 pounds.
Ooh.
And so you might think, what's an extra 300 pounds? But it takes a lot to get pumpkins over that mark, especially in a spot like Wyoming, because Wyoming's not ideal country for growing giant pumpkins. That's why he's got a custom greenhouse with air conditioning, and he's meticulously maintaining this conditions in that greenhouse and making sure the pumpkins get everything. And I spoke to him yesterday, and he said that the pumpkins are just now getting their first phosphorus drip, which he hopes will speed up their growth rate to an extent, but only time will tell.
I don't get a phosphorus drip. I don't get air conditioning either. Jay is pampering them pumpkins. Maybe that's the key to getting to 2,000, though. Jay Richard, the Pumpkin King, is serious about growing his gourds. Hey, the Tram, Jackson Hole Mountain Resort Tram to the top of Rendezvous, had an incident yesterday. I had a chance to verify and check your story, Andrew, because my wife was on that tram.
Really?
Yes. And
you're only just now telling me.
I'm sorry. I didn't think it was a news story, but you got everything exactly right. The way you described it is the way she described it. All of a sudden, everybody started coughing, and they didn't know why at first. But yeah, you're in an enclosed box, and imagine bear spray going off.
Well, was your wife all right? She make it out okay?
Yeah, she was coughing like everybody else, and I think she said a little kid did throw up, but yeah, everybody was fine eventually, but for a brief moment right in the beginning, they all freaked out because they're like, why are we all coughing? Like no one knew really. And then the tram operator, I think they had seen this happen before, and they knew to just get back to base.
Yeah, and I think the big thing here, which your wife could attest to, is that it was not a rupture. So like bear spray cans can rupture. It's through extreme heat or if they get punctured by something, and that tends to be explosive, and they have a lot of explosive force. I mean, we've seen photos and videos of them shooting through windshields and glass and everything. They can be incredibly destructive when punctured. In this case, there was a hiker who had a canister in their backpack. When they set it down, it just activated the trigger mechanism, and it shot directly at the floor. It was not a huge amount, but it was enough because it's an aerosol, and a very caustic aerosol, that everybody in the tram started coughing, and so they evacuated. Everybody was cleared. No one needed additional medical attention. And then the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort cleaned that tram out. They aired it out, and then it was back in operation later that day.
Yeah, they really jumped on it. They provided milk and water for everybody, which smart move. Look, the wife right now is showing no ill adverse effect except for her eyes are bugging out, although that may be because I drank all the coffee this morning. But
I would hope that would be the case, because you don't want after effects this long after the fact.
And a lot of people on your story on Facebook, Andrew, were saying, well, why does some dumb tourist have bear spray on the tram? You're not going to get attacked by a bear on the tram. A lot of hikers access backcountry trails by taking the tram all the way to the top, and then they go hiking into, bear country. So that's why you have it in your backpack.
And it seems like in popular perception, you just can't win with bear spray. If you step out of your car with bear spray in your holster, you get laughed at just like, oh, look, he's got bear spray and everything. Probably picked that up at Walmart. And then if you have an accident with bear spray, you weren't smart enough to use the bear spray. It's like you can't win with bear spray. But the reason why they sell is because it's effective. And I'm sure Mark would be a better person to talk to about this. But every wildlife biologist that I've spoken to said that they would recommend bear spray over firearms because it spreads. Like you don't have to necessarily have good aim to administer bear spray effectively. Whereas if you've got your 9mm with you, you have to make sure that you're aiming accurately under the gun, so to speak, if a grizzly's charging you. So I mean, but you just can't win with bear sprays. And this was, according to everyone I spoke to, and I'm sure your wife would probably say the same thing, this was a genuine accident, and that's all it was. And I think, you can't fault somebody for anticipating that they're going to go into the backcountry and having their bear spray ready to go.
Yeah, for real. Let's talk about the fire devil. I've always called these things, and I've always seen wildland firefighters call these tornadoes. I've heard them called fire-nados, but boy, Don Day did not like that terminology. But it is true that large wildfires create their own weather environment, and you can see what we saw in Utah, a massive vortex of fire and smoke just swirling.
Yep. No, it's a recognized phenomenon, and there isn't really an official term for it, at least none that I could find. But yeah, Don does not like when he likened calling it a fire-nado to Sharknado because they're not similar things. There's just a natural horizontal movement in the atmosphere of wind and atmospheric conditions. And then when fires range, they send heat upwards because that's what heat does. Heat rises. So when you get the combination of that horizontal movement with the vertical movement, you get this natural swirling pattern. So that's why he called them fire devils, and not even he was 100% sold on the term. But the reason why is because those are the same conditions that form dust devils. They're not tornadoes. They're just heat rising and then colliding with this horizontal movement to get this swirling pattern that shoots up dust. And in a wildfire condition, it's just taking up fire and heat and smoke and causing the swirling thing. So a tornado is a very different kind of phenomenon from different conditions, which is why Don wants to put a distance between the two phenomenon.
Yeah. He doesn't like when you sensationalize, and he thinks NATO has been just kind of hijacked by Hollywood at this point. Let's talk about the new baby blue thermal pool in Yellowstone. That popped up overnight.
It did. It popped up over Christmas night, at least in part. Because I spoke with Mike Pullen, scientist in charge of the Yellowstone Volcano Observatory, and he said that they spotted it in April. They noticed that it was there. So then they did some back checking and they checked the satellite images, and it was not there on December 19th. Then they had some cloud cover they couldn't check. And then in the ensuing days, it started to form. Then by February, you had this 13-foot wide pool that was there. So they kind of were jokingly referring to it as a Christmas gift. And they're certainly excited about it. But yeah, it's baby blue, 13 feet across. It's warm. It's not scalding hot. So warm by our definition is still around 100 degrees Fahrenheit. But it's there, and it's exciting. And it's in Norris Geyser Basin, which is one of the most changeable, ever-changing geyser basins in the park. So not altogether unexpected, but still a cool thing to be able to witness firsthand.
Congratulations, Yellowstone. You have a healthy 13-foot new baby blue thermal pool. That's pretty neat. It's pretty cool to learn that the National Park Service can access satellite data like that. What do they just make one phone call to the feds, right? And they can
well, they've got a whole slew of monitoring equipment that they can use to study this stuff. And I mean, I would hope we'd all know that there's no risk of Yellowstone erupting anytime soon. It's just not showing that kind of activity. But there's a lot we can learn about the dynamic landscape. So you want to have a bunch of scientific instruments in the area to monitor what's going on and see how that can inform other areas where there might be a heightened risk of a volcanic eruption. So they've got satellite images, they have seismometers monitoring earthquake activity, they have acoustic sensors to monitor noise, so they can use that to pinpoint, which was somewhat helpful in identifying this new thermal feature. They've got a whole bunch of cool tools that they can use to identify this stuff, including webcams cams, which the other cool thing in that story that I didn't dwell on, I could have spun that off into its own story, is that they actually recorded another potential eruption of Black Diamond Pool on the morning that I spoke to Mike about the whole thing. And that pool's been an object of interest since it's almost been a year to the day since Black Diamond Pool exploded.
Mike's got a lot of toys at his disposal. Wow. Andrew, thanks for the reporting. Appreciate it. Have a great Wednesday.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily show continues after our top of the hour news break.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A man is dead and a police officer wounded after a Monday shootout in Worland. Officers were sent to the area under the New River Bridge to investigate a 37-year-old male subject whom the reporting party categorized as under the influence of an unknown substance. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that officers arriving on scene recognized the man from a call earlier that day, but when they went to arrest him, the man put up a fight.
There was a felony property destruction case they were investigating in which he was allegedly involved. And so as more of them are converging on scene, they're recognizing him. And according to the police department, he's resisting and pulls a gun and starts firing on 4 officers, injuring at least 1. So 2 of them fired back and he was stopped and then he died on scene.
Wyoming DCI's officer-involved shooting team has been called to investigate what happened in Worland and have determined that there's no continuing threat to the community. The Wyoming Game and Fish Commission Tuesday ruled to reject hugely unpopular changes to the state's landowner hunting tag program. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines was at the meeting and said the decision came after the commission listened to hours of testimony from many among dozens of landowners and hunters who showed up at the commission's meeting in Casper.
The couple landowners I talked to after the meeting were pleased with the results. I mean, a lot of people showed up. Testimony went on for hours, and pretty much everybody spoke out against it, but nobody really seemed angry or particularly upset. It's interesting because there's still 2 big unresolved issues out there, and that's whether there should be a cap at the percentage of landowner tags that are included in the hunting tag draw, and whether landowners should be able to put those tags up for sale.
Each of those issues would require a change in state statutes, which is beyond the Commission's authority. Only the Wyoming legislature can do that. A U.S. House committee advanced legislation Tuesday sponsored by Wyoming Representative Harriet Hageman to remove Yellowstone area grizzly bears from the Endangered Species Act list. Hageman, a member of the U.S. House Natural Resources Committee, said Tuesday that the greater Yellowstone ecosystem grizzly population has fully recovered and now numbers about 1,100. Cowboy State Daily's Sean Berry reports, though, that the legislation has a unique caveat.
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in 2017, in the first Trump administration, took exactly this action. But a federal court stepped in and said, no, you can't do that. It halted the removal. So what happened is the Republicans, including Rep. Harriet Hageman, were not happy about this. So this legislation reinstates the rule that the court threw out. But here's the catch. Rep. Hageman put language in it to prevent judicial review of this rule. All members of the Wyoming congressional delegation have said consistently that this bear is fully recovered. So they think that it's staying on the endangered species list by mistakes by activist judges and so on.
The committee voted 20-19 along party lines for the Grizzly Bear State Management Act. The bill now goes to the House floor. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Dozens of people were exposed to bear spray in the claustrophobic confines of one of the enclosed aerial trams at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort on Monday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrea Rossi reports that although the exposure was relatively minor, the concentrated chemical had a strong impact on the passengers.
Somebody got on the Jackson Hole Mountain Resort tram with a canister of bear spray in the pocket of their backpack, and when they set their backpack down, it triggered the mechanism and a little bit of it sprayed out out onto the floor. But bear spray is an aerosol, so it spread throughout the air in a confined space. People started coughing and choking. The tram operator realized what was happening. They immediately brought it back to the base and evacuated everybody. Everyone was cleared. No serious medical issues arose. And then within a few hours, that tram was thoroughly disinfected and cleaned.
Bear spray is designed to quickly spread a 1 to 2% capsaicin solution over a 30-foot area. When deployed outside, the spray dissipates into the air but can still impact anyone within range. In an enclosed space, the impacts of bear spray can be much, much stronger. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Wednesday, July 16. Claire McFarland will join us in a moment. Also, following Claire, we'll have U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis on the show. So we got a lot to do. Is what I'm saying. And we're going to start, I think, let's go to Thermapolis, if that sounds good with everybody. Let me let Claire into the room. We got to cover a lot of ground, so we got to move fast. Joining the conversation, Claire McFarland. That's her computer. There's Claire.
Sorry, I had to get coffee.
Yeah, I hear you. I find quick moments to run into the coffee pot. Yeah, I get it. All right, we got to move fast because I do want to cover a lot of ground here, including not one but two police shootings, police involved in shootings. One's an old one. Former Sergeant Mike Mascoro, who has since resigned from the Thermapolis Police Department. He says he can't be sued for the fatal shootout back in April 2023. You've recounted the story so well. We've probably heard about this many times. Go back and get up to speed on it for our listeners who don't know. But Mascaro, it seems to me a case where there were wrongs on both sides. Maybe the police sergeant couldn't let it go and broke a door down and encountered a guy. And then the guy, what's his name? I forget now.
Buck Larimore.
Buck Larimore, maybe he could have been a little more sensible as well. It's not like he's defending his property against an unknown intruder. He knew who was out there, and he, picks up a firearm and takes a shot at the guy and hits the sergeant. So both wrong, but I think maybe, Claire, the end result is re-looking at how much protection and provision a law enforcement officer can have when doing his job or her job in the state of Wyoming. Can that cover somebody who is doing something illegal or just goes berserk? Because The same finding was, yes, Morosco was working as a cop at the time. He enjoys provisions, but he should have never broke into the home.
Yeah. So the loophole phrase, I guess, is in law says that the officer can't be. Oh gosh, if I can remember, it protects officers working in the course of their duties, but doesn't specify that there's no lawfully in there, operating lawfully in the course of their. That's not in there. And so I talked with lawmakers way back when this story broke, like when things really entered a spin about August 2023. So 4 months after the shooting, when the special prosecutor was like, whoa, there was no legal entry, but I can't prosecute him for homicide because of this provision. I talked with lawmakers at the time and I didn't find any who were like, yeah, let's put lawfully in there. And I haven't seen it since. I haven't seen the legislature say that. And so I think either A, they forgot about it, or B, the sense is we maybe don't want to leave it to the criminal suspect to decide whether an officer is lawful in breaking into their home in that moment. I don't know.
Well, I think the whole thing needs to be kind of rewritten, and you could probably do it. You're half lawyer, more than half.
Lawyer.
You could probably rewrite it. What about?
She's a mutant.
She's half lawyer, half journalist. What about the shooting on the bridge as we go to Worland? 4 cops encounter a guy who was maybe suspected of committing an alleged felony earlier in the day. And then I think a reporting party probably called 911 and said this guy's under the influence of something. He certainly didn't seem like he was going to go quietly into custody, and he fired first. All bets are off when you shoot at a cop.
If you're calling me right now, I'm not answering because I'm on the air to you that's calling me. Not you, Jake. Oh, don't fall down, iPad. Where do I go with this? I'm hesitant to talk about this because I know a lot more than I wrote about it, and I'm working on it. So how do I hedge?
Well, we can go at the angle of DCI. I mean, DCI is called in every time something like this goes down, right? I mean,
as far as I have seen, yes. I don't know that it's a matter of state law, but eyebrows would shoot up if they ever had an officer involved shooting and tried to handle it without an outside agency. I don't think that. I don't know. Maybe there is a law that speaks to that. Maybe I'm missing something, but I have covered so many officer involved shootings now.
Too many.
So many.
Yeah.
It's so many. And I've never seen DCI not called. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they take months and months and months. And like the Sheridan, so like Sergeant Krinky, that was actually, a cop was killed, right? Up in Sheridan. That was Valentine's Day, 2024? Day before Valentine's Day, because the standoff ended Valentine's Day, I remember. Everything in news, for some reason, everything happens on Valentine's Day. I've never not had it. I've never not had everything just like in Wyoming. I think everyone's like stir crazy, and it's the darkness, and it's icy, and there's wrecks, and it's just like last year that, and then this year it was the tragedy up in Byron was prior that week, and then the Green River Tunnel was Valentine's Day, and so it was all just.
What a strange calendar vortex. Yeah, I've never noticed that.
It's always been the case. And my poor husband, every year, we were going to do something.
Yeah, he probably says, that's why I didn't get you flowers and take you to dinner. I didn't want to get in on the jinx. Yeah, something terrible would have happened.
Yeah, so we're forming a new tradition where I drag in from whatever sordid place I've been, and I have a date with my oldest son, who's a night owl. We have sushi or whatever, and that's my new tradition. But anyway, holy crap, where was I going, Jake? Yeah, DCI, and they'll take months and months. So Sheridan, that one, I believe we still have a tangential prosecution where the alleged cop killer's mom is accused of providing the firearms, at least some of the firearms, to him. And so I don't have confirmation, but I haven't been asking. I haven't seen the results of that investigation, and possibly it's because they're waiting on that case to be adjudicated.
Yeah. And in this Worland shooting, I mean, I would think DCI should not book a motel room in Worland for more than one night. This should be, I would think, cut and dried. You got 4 officers. So you got 4 eyewitnesses, you got body cams, and you got a guy who took the first shot. I mean, this is slam dunk, like, okay, justified deployment of service weapon, but we'll see.
Yeah, you never know. You interview them all. And sometimes they want to bring in their lawyers, and then if there's body cam footage, you got to go through all of that.
Yeah.
And then there's physical evidence, and then they probably will probe, like with Larimore, they probed the earlier incident. They probed the meth incident. They talked to McDonald's employees, right? And they mention like the McDonald's investigation where cops were eyeing the McDonald's employees for meth distribution, and so they're probably taking to that. But yeah, I don't know. I hate to guess ever how long things will take.
Disappointing news, I think, for Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. She'll be on the show later this week, so the comment you didn't get from her, Claire, hopefully we'll get, or somebody will get.
I did overnight. I did.
Yeah.
I ran an update to the story, and there's a little update notice at the bottom that says, her statement came in the form of a letter to the families of nearly 4,000 families that have been approved for this. I don't know. We only did private school at the preschool level, and my mom helped pay for it because I worked for a local paper at the time, which was a worthy experience, but a very meager.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, so I don't know, like with private schools, like, is there a rigorous entrance acceptance process, and then like do you get a penalty if you back out in mid-July? I don't know what that looks like for them. Maybe you have more insight there.
Yeah, I mean, I feel for those who signed up, who enrolled for the program, who thought they were getting a $7,000 check, and now they got to rethink everything. But boy, judging from the Facebook comments, people have real angst about sending taxpayer money to a family that they don't want to put their kid in a public school. That's not fair to send my taxpayer money to that. So it's tough. This whole school choice steamboat legacy. I mean, I don't know. But we expected the judge, who was it? Frolicker. He made the freeze a few weeks ago. He said, I need to look into this. There's enough there that I'm going to hold don't cash your check yet, and promised a mid-July better decision. We get that now, saying, yeah, this looks unconstitutional, the judge says, but still not a final decision, right?
It's okay. Oh, okay. You're asking for it. So the TRO, the temporary restraining order issued June 27th, is like, hold on, everyone freaking pause while I figure out if I'm going to do the preliminary injunction. And so the preliminary injunction comes down last night, not sure exactly what time. But the statements popped up at 10-ish. And so the preliminary injunction, okay, so yes, it pauses the program throughout the case against it. So months or years with Wyoming Education Association's last lawsuit. It's gone 3 years and it's still ongoing. It's at the appeals level. So that gives you a glimpse. It's a little more exhaustive, though. It plumbed the entire school funding system. So maybe that's a bad comparison. But anyway, so yeah, months or years. But it's also a good omen for the WEA and a bad omen for Superintendent Degenfelder, because to make a preliminary injunction, in this case, in most cases, there's just an exception, but in most cases, it's the judge has to find that the plaintiffs, so the public school advocates, are likely to win the case on its merits. So it's like saying, you got a point here, very valid point. And then the second thing is that they could suffer harm if the judge doesn't act to block what they're challenging while they're challenging it, right? And the harm is all tangled up with violation of your rights. And there's some federal language there, but that's the finding. So it is also a hurrah for the plaintiffs. It's also a huge victory for them.
Yeah, and 2 lawsuits brought by WEA and individual parents against Degenfelder's Wyoming Department of Education. Yeah, is it constitutional? There's the state constitution. Yeah, I don't know. This program, the real heartburn I see is over the money. You know, school choice is one thing, but cutting a $7,000 check for this person and not the one going to public school. And people just do not like that.
Public school kid actually gets more. I think the public school kid's up to like $20,000 a year or something. 17,000 maybe last. It's in that range. But yeah, it's so, there's so many arguments every which way. Ultimately, I think the thing the judge led with, so the strongest thing probably in his estimation, the thing he led with is a clause of the Constitution that says the legislature can appropriate funds for charitable or educational, some other language in there, causes to entities not directly under state control. I guess people can debate what this means for other agencies, if other agencies are doing that, and if anyone has standing to challenge that, but the judge certainly applied it here.
Let's change gears now. This isn't going to be any easier. We're still conducting a witch hunt, clerk hunt after the Weston County clerk about this election. I mean, to me, she just made a mistake, botched the ballot. It's just a human error in a race that, there wasn't going to be any terrible impact. It was an uncontested race. But I know Secretary of State Chuck Gray still finds it super important. And I don't know if we have the right committee looking into it. What's the latest on the Weston County clerk who made the mistake with the last election, and who's looking into it and who should be looking into it?
Right. Well, yeah. So the legislative branch is getting into it now that the governor has declined to prosecute for removal. And, certainly with the support, if not the urging of Secretary of State Chuck Gray, the Management Audit Committee is forming a subcommittee, 4-person subcommittee, to investigate. Detractors say, why wouldn't the Corporations Committee, which specializes in election code and reform, be doing this? Corporations Chair said, well, Chuck Gray never asked us. And even if he had, it's still up to us. But the secretary is always keen to remind me. Oh, I believe he's reminding me right now. The secretary is always keen to remind me that it's not the fluke errors. It's the audit. It's the post-election audit that gives him heartburn, because the clerk ran an audit, showed no errors, and then ran another audit, showed like 21 errors. And so he always says, okay, so there's 2 reasons for this. 1, she lied, or 2, she didn't actually do an audit. Also kind of a lie. I'm not going to make a judgment call there, but the secretary, raising both arms in the meeting, says, if anyone has an alternate explanation, I invite them to provide it to me. I'm paraphrasing here. That's not a direct quote. Yeah. Heaven help me. Heaven help me if that's, but anyway.
But again, it goes back to election integrity. If you're Secretary Gray, you're like, if we can't trust that you can do a ballot correctly and then audit your own work correctly, then we can't trust an election. That's problematic.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak for. Yeah, that's his stance. Certainly is that this audit reveals more. What's the right word to paraphrase his stance? Rot, perhaps, or dubiousness than the actual series of flukes and errors that preceded it.
All right. We're out of time to discuss whether that one guy is insane or not, but everything he's done, including evading capture for 4 decades, tells me he's pretty sane. I can't build a bomb, and I I can't acquire 50-something weapons and, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Well, maybe the children can build a bomb. I don't know. I'll have to ask. I hope not. I don't put it past them, though. Sometimes I look out and I see my kitchen. I'm like, somebody built a bomb.
If your kids are building a bomb, they're not doing it in your vehicle. That was one thing I was going to point out the next time I talked to you. You had a segment with Wendy where I saw the back seat of your car, and for a family of however many, like, it was way too clean, Claire.
Oh,
your vehicle.
It was clean, really?
Spotless.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, that was an accident. I didn't mean for it to be.
I figured it was something out of the norm.
Thank you.
Yeah, Claire. Claire McFarland joining the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break, and I want to get the U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis in here right after this.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're back. Let's do a little bit of this day in history as we wait for Senator Lummis to pop in. This day, 1863, the United States wins its first naval victory over Japan when the USS Wyoming prevailed in the Battle of Shimonoseki Straits. Try saying that in English. July 16th, 1866, a discussion occurs between Colonel Carrington and the Cheyenne tribal nation at Fort Kearny, resulting in the Cheyenne Pledge of Peace. None of those treaties or peace talks ever worked out in the 1860s, that's for sure. 1872, Cornerstone was laid at the Territorial Prison. Wait, that's an old... I thought that was yesterday. Maybe they laid 2 cornerstones. 1872, Territorial Prison began being built. 1916, this day, legislature approves an act of Congress to provide that the United States shall aid the states in the construction of Rural Post Road. I have no idea what that means. Presidential proclamation created Fort Laramie National Monument this day in 1938. It would be later enlarged by Congress and redesignated as a National Historic Site. The Fort Laramie National Monument, that is. And on this day in 1979, a Cat 3 tornado occurred about 2 miles outside of Cheyenne. 1 person killed, 40 injured in that tornado on this day in 1979. Let's take a little rodeo break. The Western Ag... Oh, wait a minute. Western Ag Network is not ready to go. Last time I checked their website, they had not updated the show. So let's instead talk about Mark Hines' story about the roundup of wild horses, feral horses, whichever term you care to use, the curly-haired Mustangs. Court injunction, court ruling, federal court ruling has sided with those trying to prevent the roundup, and what we get is a decision that's going to last for months anyway. A plan to round up the curly-haired Mustangs from herds in south central Wyoming is now put on hold again after federal court ruling Tuesday. The court sided with horse advocate groups against the BLM's plan. The Bureau of Land Management says they want to remove all, and they believe that's about 3,000 Mustangs from the landscape in places like Salt Wells Creek, Adobe Town, Great Divide Basin. But what a judge has found, what the court ruling says, is the following. In sum, BLM has failed to explain whether its decision achieves or maintains a thriving natural ecological balance on public lands. This the statement from the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals ruling. This renders its decision arbitrary and capricious because it failed to base its decision on statutory requirement of the Wild Horse Act. So, the ruling is good news for those wild horse advocates who want to see the wild horses remain out there in the wild rather than rounded up. The BLM not happy with the decision on their end. So, let me see if I can get a updated rodeo roadshow. It's going to be difficult to do on the fly, but I do difficult things all day. Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen. I think I got it almost ready to go. Maybe not. Why don't we do this? Game and Fish instead. That's a good idea.
Youngsters in the Bighorn Basin are encouraged to sign up for the Medicine Lodge Kids Outdoor Day, August 16th. That's next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hagan. Youth from across the Bighorn Basin are invited to the upcoming Medicine Lodge Kids Outdoor Day. It's an exciting and fun-filled day of outdoor activities for kids, August 16th at Medicine Lodge State Archaeological Site in Hyattville. Tara Hodges is the Game and Fish Department's Information and Education Specialist in the Cody region. She says this is a great opportunity for kids to get outside, have fun, and learn a new outdoor skill. She says pre-registration is required, and those that register by July 28th will receive a free T-shirt and water bottle. Hodges says space is limited, so we encourage participants to register early. Participants will be divided into age groups, then rotate through activity stations. Children ages 8 through 10 will cast fishing poles, shoot air rifles, practice archery, learn about birding and basic camping skills. Kids ages 11 through 12 will shoot 22 rifles, throw atlatls, dig for artifacts, dissect owl pellets, and learn about macroinvertebrates. Ages 13 and over will shoot muzzleloaders, practice on a ropes course, cast fly rods, and learn about large carnivore awareness and outdoor survival. The Little Explorers tent, which is open from 8:30 to 11 a.m., will offer children ages 7 and under and accompanied by a parent an opportunity to participate in activities that include a nature hike, making animal tracks, story time, and a lot more. This event is co-hosted by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department and Wyoming State Parks. It takes place at the Medicine Lodge State Archaeological Site in Hyattville. Participants should be prepared to spend the entire day outdoors, so bring plenty of drinking water and sunscreen and wear comfortable closed-toed shoes. Lunch will be provided. A special thanks to Bighorn Rural Electric Company for sponsoring the event. Check-in on the day of the event is between 7:45 and 8:15 a.m. Saturday, August 16th. Activities will begin at 8:30 a.m. and conclude by 3:35 p.m. Registration is available online on the Game and Fish website, and a $15 fee is for children 8 years and older. A $10 fee for children 7 and under must be mailed to Medicine Lodge to finalize registration. Space is limited to 24 participants per age group and will be filled on a first-come, first-served basis. The Wyoming Outdoorsman is a program produced by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
All right, back to the show. And the senators are a little bit delayed, so I'm going to take a break now, make sure we have plenty of time to talk to Senator Lummis. Quick break here, and we'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts? Our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues here on a Wednesday. Senator Cynthia Lummis joining us in the conversation. Senator, good to have you on. We're gonna move rapid fire because we're trying to cover a lot of ground.
Great, I'm ready.
You're ready. Let's start with congrats to you, Senator Lummis. Back last month, we must have missed it. What was I doing? She earned an award from the Institute for Legislative Analysis called the Defender of Limited Government Award. You're also ranked as the 5th most conservative senator by your voting record. So good job. Thanks for that. What did you get? Anything?
I think I got a really nice piece of plastic that has some. Oh no! Gracie just handed me this. I got this.
There you go.
A really nice coaster.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad it comes with something. Very good. Let's see. You just had a vote. Was this yesterday on President Trump talking about defunding PBS, NPR? What was your vote and why?
We moved to proceed. That's just a Senate process. We'll get to the final vote today or tomorrow. It's a rescissions bill. So here's what happened. The legislature appropriates money, but it's not specified. It can go out in grants. So during the Biden administration, they were putting out grants, for example, to USAID, which is foreign aid, for things like sex changes, LGBTQ rights in foreign countries. And those were not things that Congress had actually approved. So when the Doge people, Elon Musk and team, identified these as examples of how foreign aid that we thought was going to food, clothing, and shelter was being used for other things, there's a process called rescission that allows the executive branch to bring examples of wasteful spending to the legislative branch and ask them to rescind approval for them. So we're doing that this week. We're rescinding approval for some of that foreign aid that's not being spent on food, clothing, and shelter. And we're rescinding some money for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, because even by their own admission and some of their former reporters, their news is far left of left-leaning, and taxpayer money should not be spent for a biased news service.
Let's come back home to Wyoming. Ramaco's Brook mined, ribbon cutting, grand opening attended by U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright. He seems like a great guy. We're pro coal up there and pro rare earths. This is a unique opportunity for Wyoming.
You're absolutely right. And Chris Wright is a great guy. He's from Denver. everyone acknowledges that he is in the rarest of rare people who literally are experts on almost every source of energy. And he was there to help dedicate this mine. Jake, I'm telling you, this is the cleanest coal mine I have ever been in. It's coal, but it also has right in the smack in the middle a layer of rare earth minerals that's probably, about 3 feet in depth. And this is the newest mine in Wyoming. We haven't had a new mine in 50 years. This is the first rare earth mine in over 70 years in this country. And as Chris Wright said at the opening, everything we have that has a button on it, whether it's a computer, a phone, a refrigerator, a dishwasher, anything that has a button uses rare earth minerals because they almost all have magnets in them. And we're getting all that from China right now. We don't need to get it from China. We have rare earth minerals too. We just have to mine them. So it was really fun to have Chris Wright with his knowledge and enthusiasm up at the Ramaco mine ribbon cutting. It's a beautiful mine. It's just off Interstate 90 north of Sheridan. You'd never know it was there. But if you just go over this little hill, there it is, and it's going to help contribute to America becoming rare earth minerals independent.
Innovative and beautiful mine. And let's talk about another beautiful thing, that big, beautiful bill. Lot in it, Senator Lummis, but what's good for Wyoming in it? And also explain your yes vote, knowing that it's going to have some implications with the national debt. It proposes to raise the national debt. That's never a good thing, but there was a lot in the bill to be excited about.
Yeah, and Jake, I tell you, I did struggle because it didn't reduce the debt or the deficit as much as I wanted to. And so I was not sure I could get to yes. But I finally did. There's some good things in Wyoming. Most of them have to do with energy policy, expediting permitting, reducing royalties so we can produce more production. Those royalties were raised during the Biden administration. Rolling back some of the other provisions that were in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which really was just beginning to implement the Biden administration's Green New Deal. We rolled a lot of those back. Then there was a provision on guns, silencers, and short-barreled guns, so their fees are not so high. There were provisions on fees that go towards showing your intent of interest that to lease federal land. It was a real win for Wyoming Energy, and that kind of tipped the scale for me. So we've been working with leadership to do another rescission that identifies more ways that we can save money and bring our revenue and our expenditures closer together.
And it may have seemed like a small thing in that bill, but you have talked about what amounts to just revenue for the federal government, that $200 tax on gun suppressors. I mean, that it's an issue, it's a Second Amendment right issue, and it's fighting taxes. And that did both. I'm glad you did that for gun owners.
Thanks, Jake. There's a lot in there, quite frankly. I'm still finding out what was in that great, big, beautiful bill. We were in session for over 27 hours straight. We started on Monday at 9 a.m. And then we worked nonstop through the night to the next day after noon. And so this was we set a new record, the longest continuous session in Senate history. So during that time, all these different things were added to the bill to get people to vote for it. And so I'm still finding out what was in the bill. I just found out yesterday that a lot of the farm program issues were addressed in the bill. that we've not been able to get accomplished using the traditional Farm Bill process. So things like crop price supports are in the bill, changes to the drought insurance for crops is in the bill. And as I said, I just found out about that yesterday. And it was a huge number. It was over $60 billion. There was over $50 billion for rural hospitals because there's a concern in the bill by some that the manner in which Medicaid work requirements were implemented could have some ramifications for rural hospitals. So John Barrasso and others added financial protections for rural hospitals. So there's a lot in there. We're still digging it out. And next time we meet, Jake, I'll probably have more examples of what's in the bill. I'm still digging through it.
Well, what's in there is an increase in the national debt. You have talked about that. It's important to you to not have the national debt just escalating. It's since the time you've been in office, up and up and up. Your bill, along with Senator Rick Scott of Florida, introducing the Pay Down the Debt Act, is interesting. What if a state or a municipality or a county gets a federal grant and they say, you know what, we really don't want this for whatever reason? Could they give it back? That's crazy. Real.
They can give it back. And if they give it back now, it goes to other states. But under our bill, if they give it back, it goes to pay down the national debt. We need to chip away at this. It's never a priority to reduce the debt or the deficit. Everybody's other priorities are addressed. The system back here is basically designed to add spending, never reduce it. And so I've been working with Rick Scott, Ron Johnson, Mike Lee, and others to find ways to reverse that. And we're going to keep up the drumbeat, keep up little ways that we can find to reverse that trend of always adding and never detracting, because we are every year I've been here, without exception, we have spent more than we take in revenue. And that's just wrong, because that saddles our kids and our grandkids with debt that we baby boomers ran up. And I'm truly embarrassed about that. You know, my ultimate answer to that is creating a strategic Bitcoin reserve, because if you hold it for 20 years, it will cut the debt in half. And so that's the only thing I've seen that will actually solve the problem. But until I can get momentum for that, I'm working with others to chip away at this problem.
We're talking to U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis, who somehow stayed awake during the marathon meetings on the big, beautiful bill. And I'm glad you're still got energy to join us. Let's talk education, two different topics. One, I don't know anything about it all. Please explain the modernizing Wyoming school trust fund investments. What happened here?
Yeah, when Wyoming became a state, there were prohibitions on how the money could be used for education that were garnered from state land sales. And if we can invest it in a more diversified asset allocation, the state's schools can make more money. So this is an effort to change the active admission provisions. So our state treasurer, working with our superintendent of public instruction, can get more interest income from the investment of our state education trust fund monies.
Let's go to this other topic. I just don't understand the motivation behind NEA, National Education Association, has severed ties with the Anti-Defamation League in a time when it would seem the ADL is, somebody you want to be at least in support of. We're seeing anti-Semitic incidents nationwide. We're seeing the unprovoked attack of Israel. And the NEA says they don't want anything to do with the Anti-Defamation League anymore. Why is that? And is that a bad thing?
It is a bad thing, Jake, because there are Holocaust deniers, there are anti-Semitic rhetoric that's embedding in our college campuses, and to then move to the K through 12 level and say that we're not going to use the good work of the Anti-Defamation League, which is not hype. They are just providing truths in the way that they inform students about the Holocaust, about anti-Semitism. And when we have organizations that are trusted, like the National Education Association, say we're not going to use their materials anymore. We're no longer going to educate about the Holocaust, about anti-Semitism, young people in the K through 12 system. That's a huge mistake, because throughout the history of the world, Jake, we've seen examples of anti-Semitism cropping up. And it's a simmer. It starts as a simmer and it builds and it builds. And so if we're not educating young people about the truth of the Holocaust, the truth of anti-Semitism, pretty soon they'll be subject to propaganda and lies about it. So I think this is a grave mistake by the National Education Association. Now, there's only one union. It's, the NEA is a teachers union. It didn't used to be when it was chartered, but it has become a union. There's other entities that are chartered, like the Boy Scouts of America. That's chartered by the federal government. The NEA is chartered by the federal government. And if they're going to go down the path of anti-Semitism, I think we should remove their federal charter as an indication that the people of America are not going to tolerate an American chartered entity or institution that is going to allow the slow creep of anti-Semitism.
One last thing, Senator. Let's go to Kemmer. We hear the Trump administration has reduced a lot of red tape, cut some of the bureaucratic stuff that allows for, something like TerraPower or nuclear to get going faster. Is that just rhetoric, or are we really seeing a speed up of approval of important things like this for Wyoming anyway? TerraPower is green lighted?
Yes, and this again is Chris Wright. You mentioned earlier, he's a bundle of energy. He's extremely knowledgeable. He has really worked to knock down these barriers too, because as you know, Jake, all over our country, there's only been one new nuclear power plant that's been brought online in our lifetime, and I'm way older than you, and that includes my lifetime. So TerraPower, which is this new technology, will be able to move forward. Now, and it'll reduce by years the time that it will be online and helping produce baseload power. But that doesn't mean it will be done at a pace that is not safe and that we should be concerned about. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the current chair, his total emphasis is on safety and soundness and good science. And so I am certain that there's no shortcuts for safety. And I'm just so pleased at the manner in which both the safety for the public and the appropriate pace of permitting have been married.
It's good to know that we're not just, bowling ahead recklessly and unsafe. The priority is still safety when it comes to nuclear power, but no reason to ignore it. I think these little micro nuclear plants could be a positive future for Wyoming.
Yeah, small modular nuclear is being beta tested at the National Lab in Idaho Falls, Idaho. And I do think that we're going to see some small modular nuclear units that can help provide baseload power in our state operational. And it's going to be a game changer, not only for Wyoming, but for Southeast Asia. There are very remote places for example, in the Philippines, where you could set up a small modular nuclear energy source and they'd have reliable energy for the first time. So it's just going to be a game changer. And it's just mankind's fabulous ability to innovate. And there's no better nation to innovate than the United States. This is where the creativity is unleashed because of our freedoms. And so it's another reason that we need to just protect our freedoms as Americans, to innovate, to be thoughtful, to, harness our God-given reason and help the world, help ourselves become energy independent. And Wyoming's at the forefront of that. And we have the know-how. We have the miners, the creators, the implementers, the scientists, and we lack the fear in Wyoming of these sources of energy because they're almost in our DNA. It's the way we were created as a state. 135 years ago, Wyoming became a state. On our state seal, there's a miner. That's because mining was part of our state from the get-go. And so the people of mining and oil and gas production are the true innovators. And we can do whatever the United States needs in terms of producing energy. We produce 12 times more energy than we consume in Wyoming. So we're a provider. We can provide it to the, other states and Americans, and we can help provide it to the world. I have great confidence in Wyoming as a leader in energy production, not only now, but going forward. So Wyoming's significance to our nation is only going to grow.
We're talking to the Defender of Limited Government Award winner and the fifth most conservative. I think as you become fourth most, third most, second most, the coasters get bigger. But either way, yeah, thanks for spending time with us, U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Top of the hour news break right now, though. We'll be right back.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. After the governor's office declined in May to remove the Weston County clerk from office over a botched handling of some 2024 general election ballots, a legislative committee has decided to investigate the incident. The subcommittee that the Legislative Management Audit Committee chair is now forming doesn't have the authority to prosecute or remove Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlock. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that rather, its focus is to review what happened and see if it's time to change Wyoming's laws in light of it.
The committee leaders say is so that we can make better laws, right? Because your legislative branch isn't prosecutorial. It's not here to prosecute you or remove you from office because it's not the enforcer. And so what they say is we just want to look at this to make better laws, see what went wrong.
Senator Chris Rothfuss of Laramie says the Corporations Committee, not a task force created by the Management Audit Committee, is the appropriate venue for sparking election code changes. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright arrived at Wyoming's newest rare earth mine Friday carrying more than ceremonial shovels. The Denver-based Liberty Energy CEO turned Trump cabinet member brought a comprehensive worldview that Cowboy State Daily's David Madison says challenges much of the Biden administration's energy policies.
The way that Secretary Wright sees the future, fossil fuels are going to get their due. From his point of view, they've gotten a bad rap, and that he wants to restore coal to the forefront of generating electricity as we ramp up to this AI data center future. And so when I spoke with Chris Wright, I asked him, where does climate change fit into your priorities with the Department of Energy? And he assured me science is what got him into this and that he wants to continue to support that. It was a delight speaking to Secretary Wright. He is an intellectual force, very controversial in a lot of the stances he's taken.
Wright says that he sees Ramaco's new rare earth mine as emblematic of his vision for domestic production rather than foreign dependence. The Tour de Wyoming rolled out for a loop trail around Sinks Canyon at about 6 a.m. Tuesday as the cyclists hit the event's halfway point. Camped in Landowner, riders in the exclusive 250-bike event told Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean that the ride is one of the best in the nation.
The Tour de Wyoming is not a race. It is named kind of after the Tour de France, but there's no racing really involved. And it's very long distances. Like they went the long way around from Riverton to Landowner yesterday, 80-mile trip, 4,000 miles of elevation up and then down. That's one long day, I would say. But I bumped into this fellow who was with the group, and man, he was just like raring to go, looking for more adventure in the Landowner. This is a very in-demand tour. It's very popular. They turned away about 100 riders this year, where maybe other towns are losing their races.
The cyclists are halfway through their 6-day ride that finishes Friday, back where they started in Riverton. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming State Fairgrounds is celebrating its 120th year, August 12th through the 16th, in Douglas. Round up your crew for an exciting week of rodeo thrills, tasty treats, carnival rides, live music, and 5 nights of unforgettable grandstand events. For tickets and information, visit wystatefair.com. This ad was paid for by Converse County Tourism.
Jay Richard, Wyoming's Pumpkin King, is doting over the 2 perfect plants growing in his custom-built greenhouse in Worland. But now he needs them to stop waiting and start gaining so they can reach the goal weight of 2,000 pounds. He told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that despite constant pampering and nearly 500 gallons of water per day between them, these pumpkins are slow growers.
He's got 2 pumpkins that are growing very happily and healthily. They're perfectly shaped. They're nice and orange. The plants look fantastic. They're just growing slow. For a professional pumpkin grower, gaining 30 pounds a day during prime growing season is slow. That might seem exceptional to us, but that's slow to them. His pumpkins are averaging between 27 and 29 pounds per day, and he's not sure what the solution is. It could just be that he got some slow seeds this year.
Richard reached a pinnacle in his pumpkin growing career in 2023 when he grew 3 pumpkins that won weigh-offs in Wyoming, Colorado, and Utah. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it.
Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Zachary Sontag gets in on the discussion on this Wednesday. Zach, you're sideways.
Oh, shoot. There we go.
That looks better. I was getting dizzy. Hey, let's go exploring in the in Wyoming's version of the pyramids. Egypt thinks they got the exclusive on the pyramids, but we got one weird looking Ames monument pyramid thing that not a lot of people see because, well, you can tell us why. Where is this Ames monument? What is it?
Yeah, this Ames monument. You're right. Egypt doesn't have a monopoly on these things. We got one in Albany County, and it's just a few miles off of I-80. And the funny irony is that this thing was built as a monument to 2 key players in the construction of the Transcontinental Railroad. But the railroad line was moved, and it made this monument, for all intents and purposes, kind of an irrelevant, out of sight, out of mind thing. But there it is, off I-80 in Albany County, and very few people know about it. But they're starting to learn, and they're starting to get pretty intrigued, not least because of what we now know about the inner chambers of this monument. Some kind of fun stuff.
This thing was completed in 1882. It was to honor Oakes and Oliver Ames. They were key deal makers, business guys. They got this Transcontinental Railroad complete, part of their efforts. And to honor them, this thing was put up, this weird monument thing. It wasn't, you got to see it when you were on the train back in the day, but not for very long. They moved the tracks, I think, in 1901. So all of a sudden, the monument's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, although you can see it. What is it, exit 329 off I-80?
That's right, 329. And, of the people that's been there, a lot of them are they're just spread out, and especially those who've been inside. But the funny thing is, this Ames guy was actually a shovel magnate. At one point, he was producing, and this is according to his granddaughter, his great-great-great-granddaughter, I should say. He produced as much as 80% of the world's shovels. And so those were very instrumental, too, you can imagine, in building the Transcontinental Line. And he poured a lot of his own personal money into the construction of this line. And that was among the reasons that Abraham Lincoln decided that he deserved a monument, that these brothers deserved a monument to themselves. And yet they were, like many congressmen at the time, enmeshed in a sort of pay-to-play kind of scandal, the credit mobilier scandal. I don't know enough to say for sure one way or the other, but he was kind of accused of being a part of this congressional corrupt regime, and his granddaughter tells me exactly the opposite. No, it was him that was hemorrhaging money trying to get this thing built, and she cites documentation and so on and so forth. But there it is out there in Albany County.
The descendant that we're talking about, is that Anna Lee? She was probably the last person to be able to go inside and explore what's in this thing.
That's right. Anna Lee Ames. She is 81 years old, and she is the great-great-great-granddaughter of Oakes Ames, as I said, and she wanted to get inside so badly. And maybe the history here is to let you know that it had been open at different phases in the past, and any passerby could just go in there. And it was kind of this little hidden secret where people would go in, they'd have a little party maybe, they'd carve something on the walls. And people are around today who remember going back in the monument in the 70s, 80s, but the state in the 1980s decided they wanted to close this thing up. And that was before Anna Lee Ames had a chance to get inside, and she really wanted to get inside. Her motivations, however, were not to go in there and have a party. She wanted to get into the inside so she could document it in order to have this thing established as a national historical monument. The problem was that the state was very reluctant to let her do it. And so she had to politic and push and prod, and she even had to agree to underwrite the cost of the project. It cost her about $3,000. And finally, the state conceded. They said, we'll let you go in there, but we're only going to let you go in for one day only. And that day came on November 1st, 2010. And the way she describes it, I love it. She describes it. She says, I was high as a kite. This was one of the highlights of my entire life. So I was trying to get into this thing for so long. And, she's a direct descendant of this person. So it means something kind of personal to her.
Yeah.
And where a lot of people were a little bit intimidated. Some people had an opportunity, didn't even want to go in. She was a number of a select few architects and historians that went in for this day, and I don't think anybody was more happy than she was.
And what she found, in addition to some handwriting on the walls, some empty beer bottles, was a golden shovel from her. No, I'm just kidding. I thought she would find like a shovel or some kind of heirloom, but I don't know. For her, I don't know if it was disappointing or exciting to be able to get in there, but she didn't get to the like top level. She would have needed a ladder for that. Maybe that's where some secrets were hidden. Sarcophagus.
Yeah, I mean, supposedly the Ames wrote a special note to all of their descendants. They said, we want our descendants to read this. They got to get up. Just kidding. I don't know if that's true.
Let's talk about two old guys building a cabin in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming snowy range. You caught up with a friend of ours, Dave Simpson, and what's his buddy's name? Buddy's
name is Larry Ash.
Yeah.
And these two guys, man, I think Buddy really understates what this relationship really is. The guys have known each other since 1969. It started when Larry came across a kid sprawled in the dormitory hallway reading a book at nighttime, and he stepped over him. They started a conversation, and now, over 5 decades later, they are very close friends. Dave Simpson's the godfather of Larry Ash's children, and Larry named his own son after Dave. So the relationship is immensely tight, and you see it when you're around these two. They just have rapport. They're jokey, but the project itself, whoa. They're biting off a lot, and they are working like dogs to build a cabin up in the snowy range at a cell range up a very, very bumpy Forest Service road. It's quite a project. I was pretty stunned to see this.
I can't believe what they've already been able to do. I mean, these are two older-ish kind of guys, and they're not. I would imagine they're not using like the most modern of power equipment, but they made quite a cool little getaway.
They do what they can with what they can. And the thing is, I can't even tell you, this Forest Service road, I drove up there.
Yeah.
And the thing was making my hatchback squeak like a dog toy. It was just like, I was sloshing around inside like,
yeah,
I don't know. It was bad. And they have to load in all their material and then bring it all up on this road, which is why they can only work with certain types of material. They have to be very specific with their dimensional lumber, and they have to make their own trusses, make their own beams by sandwiching together this lumber. They have to haul 30-pound bags of cement up from the road to the cabin, mix it on site, and the boulders, man. You can't believe the boulders that they got up here. I mean, it's the Rocky Mountains for a reason, but they had to dig these things out to set the foundational piers, and that alone, I'm kind of surprised they survived that effort. That alone just seemed like such immense work. But this is about a lot more than a cabin for these guys. This isn't just a little getaway. And the truth is, this is kind of making good on a 44-year-old promise, because this isn't the first cabin they built. They built one back in the 1980s together. That one was a little more rudimentary, but they always wanted to have two cabins side by side. They worked very hard in the 1980s to build a pioneer cabin using the Foxfire volumes with these crude dovetailed joints to hold the felled lumber together. And it's just a very basic, charmingly pioneer style cabin. They built it together in the 80s. It took them 3 years just to stack the logs alone. And they said, one day we're both going to have cabins up here. Well, 44 years later, Larry got his property and they started to work on cabin number 2. This time around, it's looking a little more modern, but that doesn't mean the work's going to be any easier.
Dave Simpson, Larry Ash, both 74 years old, two old guys building a cabin way up there in Wyoming's snowy range at 9,500 feet, working on it when they can. I'm glad to learn that about Dave Simpson. I thought he just sat back and wrote opinion columns for the Cowboy State Daily, but the guy is busy at work on these cabins. That's pretty cool. And you survived the trip there.
I survived the trip there, and maybe, I don't know if they were taking it easy on me. They saw me, they said, this guy's a little too feeble. We're not going to put him to work. So as soon as I got up there, they took the time off.
All right, Zach, thanks for popping on today. Appreciate it. Great stories.
Thanks, Jake.
You bet. Zachary Sontag, his story's two old guys building a cabin way up in the snowy range. And the last person to get inside the hidden tunnels of the Ames Monument was a descendant of Ames, the railroad guys, Oliver and Ames. Let's take a quick break. Get right back into the room with Brian Pedersen is going to join us after this.
The Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Brian Pedersen into the room, and good to see you, Brian. How's everything?
Good to see you, my friend. Good to be back on.
This story's so good. It resonates with people. Such a positive, so much of news is not positive. We love to see a positive news story like this. I can't imagine your first inclination when being involved in an automobile accident, especially if it's not your fault. Someone crashes into you, and you want to get out of the car and like, what the? And I think maybe that was your original thought, is like, what is going on? Somebody slides into you. This is going back wintertime. And take us back there. You're with the family. You're heading to a Broncos game, right?
Yeah, we were going to the Bronco Chiefs game,
Mm-hmm.
and we were headed down to there. And we like to leave pretty early, and I think I've shared with you before. Both of my boys are football kickers. One kicks at Northern State University in South Dakota, and one kicks at Central High. So we go super early to games because we're there to watch special teams. The only people that go that early to the stadium is the custodial staff, the Pedersen family, and special teams, because it's 2 hours before the game starts, about 2.5 hours before the game starts, and no one's interested. But we're there to watch them warm up, and we're always excited about it. And we were headed down Pershing in Cheyenne, and it had been a bad snowstorm the night before, pretty icy, and one of those roads that, and we've all been on it, and it's one of the reasons why I had some empathy for the situation, is every person in Wyoming, every year when that ice comes, we all tap the brake that one time, and we slide a little bit. We go, oh, good, come on, the stop sign's coming, and we've all crossed our fingers and held tight and then said, well, let's go. And as I'm crossing what would then be the street on Snyder, I hear a horn to my right, and I turn just as this car slams into the back passenger side rear wheel of my car. I didn't have any brake to stop, and later I learned that the young lady, she couldn't stop on the ice. She was braking it, so her horn was to announce that I cannot stop approaching this intersection. But I was too far in for me to have made the adjustment at that point, and we get nailed. And my car turns about to do about a 90-degree hit on the road, and we're facing the wrong way and slid into the curb. And first thing I did is check on my family. I've got 4 children in total, in addition to the 2 boys I told you about. I also have a daughter who's 16, and my youngest son's 10, and my wife's in the car, and everybody's okay. And I look over, and the car that hit us was just decimated. And I get out and I look at our car, because I'm thinking we must look pretty bad too. And we actually didn't look that bad. We had pieces of her car stuck in our door. But I can't really identify. But my first was for safety of us and safety for the other driver. And I go over, and there's a young lady in the car, high school age, and I see a parking sticker for one of our high schools, and I go, oh no, oh come on, because we're all learned to drive at some point. We're all young and learning to drive, and I felt for this young person, and she was on her way back from church that morning, and she was gone by herself that morning. Her mom couldn't make it with her, and I just felt for her, And one of the reasons I felt for her is when you lose your car, what we all don't realize is you've lost your freedom, because it's your ability to. I remember stealing my parents' car. When they underage, I borrowed their car at 15 to drive over to my friend Brandon's house, and just because it's your connection to other people. Because we, in the late 1900s, no one had a cell phone, so the only way to get to your friend was to take your car over and knock on their window and say, "Hey, you want to go drive around or something?" And it's how you go to your office. It's how you go to your car. It's how you go to school. It's how everything gets done, and it's your personal freedom, and it's gone. And I could see, she was devastated. That car was leaking fluid of every color. And I did a little checking around, and I asked about her from some of the teachers at the school, and just salt of the earth. She's, as a National Honor Society student, and she was graduating a year ahead of time, and she wants to go to college and study physics. And I said, I've got to do something to help her. And that's when I came up with the idea to raise some funds and try and get her a new car.
That's not the typical reaction, but yeah, Gracie, 16-year-old at the time. Yeah, we've all been there. You're right. We've all been the teenager that got their first car. They gave us that mobility and freedom. And then to lose that, we've all been there when you're that helpless feeling, when you're on the brake and the brake is not stopping the car. And She tried to warn you. So, yeah, that was cool. Tell me what you did. You just put the word out. You kind of told the story.
Yeah.
People,
and people gravitated to the story. I also learned that she was working nights at a lumber store here in Cheyenne. Or evenings rather, maybe not nights, but evenings. Leaving school and working evenings until late. She paid for that car herself, and you get ownership when you put a lot of work into something. It means something. And so I kind of reached out to friends through Facebook, and I reached out to some folks, and I did some calling around, and we put in a few $1,000s of our own money, and we raised about $15,000 for her, and we're able to buy a Ford Echo, and it was a great story because then she's able to do all the things that she wanted to do, and we were able to present it to her. I kind of made it a surprise. I told her mom, because, I want to tell mom what's going on, but I said, don't tell Gracie much about it. We want to make sure that maybe she has a little surprise, but I wanted to let mom know. And we went over to the dealership, and they brought it in, of course, cleaned it up, make it look real nice, and presented it to her. And, there's a lot of happy, smiling faces and maybe even some happy tears. And she was opening the car and checking it out because, you want to go around, kick the tires proverbially, and see what's going on. And she opens the back door of the car, and then she's giggling and she's talking to her mom about something. I didn't know quite what's going on. And so what's funny, because they were both laughing, and she was super grateful to be able to open the back door from the outside, because on her prior car you could only open the back door from the inside. So if you wanted to get a friend in, you had to go through the front, go to the back, open the door to get out. And because she'd bought the best car that she could with all of her work and all what she did. And I was just really happy. And what's amazing is people, when I put it out on Facebook, what I did is I asked people for $100, and because if you tell people you're trying to raise, $5,000 is a lot of money, and then people see that number and they don't do it. But a lot of people gave $100. Some people gave $200, some people gave $500, but a lot of people gave $100 because everybody was moved by her story and wanted to be part of it. And that's what was also real special about it, is it's not just that we put it together, it's the number of participants who came forward and wanted to help her out. My Venmo had more activity than it's ever had, as I usually just Venmoing my kid once a week for gas money. The inflows so that we could write the check for her at the end of it was it's incredible to see that many people come together. And I think it speaks to what kind of a community we have here, and not just in Wyoming, but mostly Wyoming people gave. And I think it says a lot about our state that when someone's down, we come together and we help out.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is, whenever you see a GoFundMe or somebody asking for money, it's almost always the victim, like, help me out. In this case, it was you doing a good deed, paying it forward. I think that resonated with a lot of people as well. I love the way Greg closed this story, and you can tell us how the story ends. It's on the Cowboy State Daily, this whole story about Brian Pedersen and helping Gracie get into another ride after the accident. And she said, what can I ever do to make this up to you, to pay it forward? Like, how can I ever make good on this? When you just said pay it forward, what did you tell her?
I told her, that opportunity will present itself in the next 20 years. And you'll know it when you see it.
Yeah.
Kindness is contagious. It's the same reason you feel good about opening the door for a person behind you. People like to do nice things for each other. And that's how we build communities.
That's really cool. Well, Brian, thanks for sharing the story and for doing the story, for being that guy. That is super cool.
Well, it was lovely to help her. And I'm so glad that I had so many friends to come forward to be part of it.
Yeah. Well, Gracie, and drive safe. And thanks, Brian, for being on.
Yeah. Enjoy the day, my friend.
Yeah. Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily continues. Great story in the Cowboy State Daily. You got to read that. Greg Johnson wrote it. That dropped a few days ago. Teen driver hit his car, him being Brian Pedersen. So the Pedersen countered the only way any of us would, right? They bought her a new car. Wow. A lot to it. And it says a lot about community, Cheyenne community, and Wyoming in general. And a real feel-good story when there's not enough of those around. Definitely. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Wednesday. Josh Durrell will be joining us in a moment. Wyoming Business Council. Game and Fish is urging anglers, again, a reminder to practice fish safety. Be kind to your trout as temperatures are warming in our state's waterways. Trout have a tough time. Trout do not like temperatures above 70. 75 is lethal to trout. And water is warming up across the state. Yellowstone, every year about this time, you hear the announcement from National Park Service folks saying certain areas in Yellowstone are already closed to fishing because of rising temperatures in those streams. That happens every year. And Yellowstone just announced, I think early this week, or maybe even last week, that certain areas are now closed to fishing. Statewide, in certain waterways, it just gets warm during the hot stretch of summer. that's tough on trout. So Game and Fish is asking anglers to, take precautions. Try to fish early in the morning when water temperature is cooler. And then certainly in the process of catching fish, try to land them as quickly as you can. Limit the amount of time they're out of water and get them released quickly if you're a catch and release angler. Wyoming Department of Health announced a second measles case confirmed in Wyoming. There was the first in Natrona County reported on July 1st. And this one is in Niobrara County. It is another case of an unvaccinated child, as was the first. And the Department of Health is saying it is not related at all. The source of exposure is not known at the time, but there is no known connection to the earlier measles case from July 1st. But on Friday of last week, Department of Health did announce that we have our second case of measles in the state. I did want to talk about this story I saw in, I forget where the news source is, but it talks about the Gen Z stare, and I wish I could do it because I've seen it. The Gen Z stare is a thing. And one TikToker who is a flight attendant explained the phenomena. She saw it. She's talking about it on TikTok. And I watched the video and it shows, people doing the Gen Z stare. It's defined as that blank stare that conveys zero emotion when the situation calls for some kind of response. The Gen Z stare, specifically when somebody does not respond or just has no reaction in a situation where a response is either required or reasonable. And in this video, it's a flight attendant recalling getting a Gen Z stare recently on a flight. She instructed a member of obvious Gen Z person to please put the bag under her seat. I always get that. I'm always have something out and you're supposed to shove it under the seat of the person in front of you because during takeoff, whatever you're messing with could fly away and hit somebody, I guess. So I tend to give the old, and I don't want to be insensitive to the flight attendant who says, can you put that item under the seat of the person in front of you? And my reaction unfiltered reaction would be the eye roll, like, oh yeah, right. But she said what she gets from Gen Zs is the blank stare, the absolute blank stare of a Gen Z. And if you've seen it, you know it. I can't do it, but it's like they just stare at you and they have no expression on their face, especially in situations where, you think it would call for, and it's a reason why I think it's a main reason why people get all Karen over Gen Zs. Let's say it's a Gen Z barista and you got a problem with your order and you're like, I didn't order, almond milk, I ordered whatever, and the response from the Gen Z barista is that stare, and it's just so aggravating that a Karen gets even more Karen. The Gen Z stare, I'm telling you, it's real, and we need to find out the root cause. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe we'll have to have a Gen Z person on the show and ask them, or maybe Josh Durrell is Gen Z and he can show us the Gen Z stare. I don't know. But it's a real thing. Josh joins us, Wyoming Business Council. Are you like a CEO, president? What is it?
Good morning, Jake. I am the CEO of the Wyoming Business Council.
Got it. Okay. You're on to talk about some changes. But before we get into that, first you'll have to explain to me and our listeners what even is the business ready grant. There's going to be some changes. People need to know about this stuff. But what are the changes to business ready communities and the whole grant? First off, what is it?
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think that's a really good question. And there's definitely a lot of confusion. People tend to get stuck on the business part of the Business Ready Communities program. The Business Ready Communities program was started, gosh, it's probably been 16 or 17 years ago. And the intent was, as we looked at many years ago, the state and the Wyoming Business Council in particular, looked at the communities across the state and said, are they ready for business? They'd gone out, they'd done a lot of recruiting, they'd talked to a lot of businesses that were looking to move or to expand. And the challenges that those businesses had was that the communities didn't have the infrastructure in place in order to support that growth. They didn't have the business parks. They didn't have the water and sewer for industrial parks. They didn't have the buildings that were necessary to house those businesses. And so they said, hey, what's a way that we could do that? And the state said, well, there are funds that we could apply and put into communities in order to make them business ready, and thus the name Business Ready Communities. The idea behind that program is that all of the funding goes to publicly owned infrastructure and assets in a community. So I think that's an important distinction that a lot of folks don't fully understand, is that this money is not going directly to a business to recruit it or help it expand in the community. Rather, that money is going to the county, to the city, or to a joint powers board in order to put in infrastructure like water or sewer, so that a business has the ability to locate there. I'll give you a really recent example of this. Jake is in the Casper area. We've done a number of projects where we've really just come alongside other projects that were happening at the community and helped out with that infrastructure. So water and sewer, for example, we did a project recently in Evansville, about a $9 million infrastructure project that unlocked a really big industrial park. Now there is a business that is building their facility there, Mesa Solutions, and they're continuing to grow. They had a presence and they're continuing to grow. And now others are building around it in that industrial park. And that's what we want to do, is unlock that growth in a community. Again, we're not giving money to Mesa Solutions. Rather, we're unlocking the ability for them to locate and grow in Evansville.
I was going to ask you for an example, so I'm glad you provided one. How do you, Wyoming's huge. There's so many communities. How do you identify and triage and prioritize the needs? And you must have people everywhere. How do you find out about where the opportunity even lies?
Yeah, that's a good question. So our team is out there. We have, we do have a recruiting team that's looking at helping people. We have a business retention and expansion person who works on that function. Then we have regional directors in 6 regions of the state that kind of keep tabs on what's going on. But we have a lot of relationships with the communities as well as the economic development organizations within communities. And they really are the boots on the ground in a lot of places too. So they're saying, hey, we've got this opportunity. We're maybe a little short in funding, or hey, we need the state's help to do this kind of a project. What do we have available and how do we go through that process? So we have I would say it's a network beyond my team that's out there working on these opportunities. Again, the communities are really the important part of that. Obviously, there's 99 communities, 23 counties. We can't be everywhere all of the time. But the thing is that not everybody has needs all of the time. And so when we look at a project, we can focus in on certain areas where it makes economic sense and where it's going to make a big difference, and try to get the biggest ROI out of these state dollars as possible. And that's something that the legislature for a number of years really called upon my agency to do. And when I took this job in 2020, that was really the message, is driving home this idea of return on investment for state dollars. And so we take that very seriously. one of the reasons that we're making so many changes to the program is a result of that call, but also now what we're learning by making those changes. We have been in a continual state of evolution, which is, to some people, it's a little bit frustrating because we don't have this program that sits here and everybody says, oh, well, this is how you go get money from the state anymore. We've really used this program as a way to understand the challenges that our communities face and continue to evolve so that we can really address the true problem on the ground, not just apply a program with state money.
Yeah, I'm encouraged by the fact that you're constantly evaluating what's working, what isn't working. So tell me, what are some of the big changes? Wyoming Business Council CEO Josh Durrell is with us, and the Wyoming Business Council has the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program. We got major changes proposed for that, and a chance to provide your feedback and learn what's going on. There's a deadline to that, I think July 27th, but what are we talking about? What are, do we need to know what the changes are now, or should we go online and find out? What's the message?
Yeah, you can go online and find out to wyomingbusiness.org to find out more. But what I would say are there are a couple big changes that we're making that I think are probably the bulk of it. Number one is that we are increasing the amount of match dollars that a community must bring. So one of the things that we've always had is we've said, hey, the community needs to have skin in the game, and they need to be able to apply to put their own dollars into the mix. And so what we are doing now is we're increasing that match amount to 25%. So again, you want to do a total of a $10,000 or $10 million project. Well, you're going to have to put in 25% into the mix before we can do that project, and that's actually a pretty controversial change because a lot of our communities just don't have that kind of money to be putting into the project. And one of the reasons that we're doing this particular change is we know that when you can kind of get free money, you do a lot of things, whether it makes sense or not. And I don't mean to say that our communities do things whimsically, but I do want there to be community skin in the game, community involvement, and to make sure that they're utilizing their resources on a project that matters. And so that 25% barrier is one it's going to be a challenge. We've gotten a lot of comments already about it. We want to hear more. And so, as you mentioned, Jake, that comment period ends the 27th of the month, and we really want to hear more. You can, again, on our website, you can find out more and where to submit those comments, because it's incredibly important to hear from the public and the communities on this. Now, this is where it gets really interesting. So that 25% barrier that we're putting up, one of the things that we wanted to do with that is make sure that communities were focusing in on the true constraints to growth that they're facing. So less about sort of projects that feel good and are nice to have, and more about projects that are really going to move the needle on removing a barrier to growth. And so we were making a change to the rules that says that the project that we engage in must remove a barrier to growth or a binding constraint to growth. And again, the intent of that is to get communities to be thinking about not, again, what are these nice projects that are going to feel good and sort of like a shiny object, but what are the real nitty gritty that's stopping growth in our community? And that's going to require them to do some work with us. Of course, we'll be there to help, but do some analysis on their growth possibilities, on the things that are slowing their growth or stopping their growth, and address those issues. And we want that rigor because, again, we're trying to be good stewards of state funds, and we're also trying to build the capacity of a community. One of the things that we're finding is that money can build great projects and do great things, but it doesn't always build the capacity, the know-how at a local level for economic development. And that is something we really want to encourage.
And when it comes to economic development, something that you don't hear talked about a lot, and I was surprised to see your stats on it, is brain drain, the out-migration of what could be potential brilliant minds. A lot of kids As soon as they graduate high school or college, they leave the state. The opportunities aren't here. You found that 60% of people aged 30 to 40 leave the state permanently, making Wyoming the highest in this category, where we're losing productive citizens. It's a big reason why Wyoming Business Council exists, to keep this intellectual capital in state.
That's right. That is that's really, if you think about it, it's intellectual capital. But the way we kind of look at it is those are families.
Yeah,
right? Those are our children. I happen to have 4 of them, and one has already left the state for other opportunities, and one just graduated college, and she was fortunate to find a role here in Wyoming, which I'm excited about. But at the same time, we're sort of making it hard for families to stay together. And what we want to do is make it a place where there are opportunities, where you don't have to sacrifice in order to stay here. And so when we look at some of the economic indicators, like GDP has continued to fall since 2008. We've had some stair steps down where it feels like it's coming back up, but it never does, and the overall trend is down. When we look at our median wage, that has dropped. When we look at the job opportunities have dropped. And so then when we look at out-migration, it starts to make sense that there are opportunities in other places that are attracting our kids. And it actually starts in their 20s. It sort of peaks in that 30 to 40 range, but it starts in the 20s. And you're right, we are double the national average. And I look at it and say, we're always going to have folks who want to leave where they're born. That's part of the deal. That's just part of the American way. But we also want to be able to not lose, double the national average. We'd like to be closer to the national average. And I think a lot of people want to stay in Wyoming. They just can't sacrifice their opportunities.
We're talking to Wyoming Business Council CEO Josh Durrell. While we have you, let's address the story from Matthew Christian earlier this month. You had a Representative Ken Pendergraft saying one place to cut the state budget is to get rid of the Wyoming Business Council. You could save money. We're talking about the WBC created in 1998. Really, just completely eliminating it. Yeah, it would save money. But, he called it, government shouldn't be in the business of picking winners and losers, shouldn't be in the business of business. What would be your pitch, Josh, if you were facing Pendergraft and a panel saying, why do we still need the WBC?
Well, first off, I think a panel would be interesting. However, I'd like to just sit down and have coffee and try to understand his perspective a little bit.
Yeah.
When we do sit down, generally speaking, it's a misunderstanding of the programs that we have, and a misunderstanding that we give money to businesses and pick winners and losers. What would happen if the WBC didn't exist? Our budget, it's not small, but it's not large. I don't know if it would make much of a difference to the overall state, but who would really be affected are the communities. And as I mentioned, those water and sewer lines to expand businesses that are already in your town or coming to your town. And what gets hurt there is you get hurt in growth. And so if you don't want growth, I suppose that would be a mechanism to continue to shrink. That's one way to do it. But I think what people tend to forget is the bulk of our budget goes to communities and those infrastructure projects that really make a difference in their ability to attract young people, to attract new businesses, and to continue to grow their population base. And again, we see it from a perspective of, if your population and the job opportunities are not growing in your community, they're dying. And we don't want to see that, because again, the trend that we see and the families that are being broken up by the out-migration, we feel an obligation and the responsibility to make a difference there.
Josh Durrell, Wyoming Business Council, on the show to give you the heads up that there are changes to the Business Ready Communities grant and loan program. Find out what they are by getting on the website, wyomingbusiness.org, wyomingbusiness.org. And find out more about what WBC does and has been doing since 1998. Josh, glad you were on. Come on anytime, man. Let me know when you need to.
My pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity, and we will do that.
All right. Have a great Wednesday.
You too. Thank you, sir.
Wyoming Business Council CEO Josh Durrell. And changes coming. First off, find out, if you don't know, what is the Business Ready Community Program, loans and grants. Find out more about what they have done, what they propose to do. Give your feedback. Deadline coming up July 27th to do that. WyomingBusiness.org. That's going to be almost wrap it up for us on a Wednesday. We'll do it again tomorrow, same time. Thanks for joining us on this morning. And a thanks to everybody who popped in to join us today. We had Senator Cynthia Lummis on. Super busy day today. See you again tomorrow with the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.